Hi, my name is Mark Deese. I go by Dropped in game, and I play Apex Legends for Team Rogue. I'm a veteran in terms of VR especially. I've been PC gaming at a pro level for 4 or 5 years now. You can't beat the feeling of winning in a competitive battle royale. Beating every single team in the lobby and getting that win, there's no better feeling.
Oh my god, best caller in the game.
Hey, your boy Mirage here. Got something big for you. The Apex Legends Champions Edition. 9 legends, 3 new legendary skins with matching weapons, of course, an exclusive gun charm, so cute, and Apex coins. Cha-ching! It's everything you need to become an Apex champion. Oh, you're a first-timer, right? Can't send you into that chaos blind. So let me get you up to speed. Okay, so there's this place called the Outlands, and in that place, there's another place called King's Canyon. Who's the king? Is it me? Is it this thing? Yeah, that sucked. Here, the greatest warriors ever fight like their lives depend on it. Because they do. Well, kind of. It's complicated. The best of the bunch, yours truly. But every now and then we get some new blood. The first of which was this guy. And he's a bit... well, he's... what's up? He's kind of allergic to sitting still. Then we got Watson. Who knew fences could be so cool? I guess you could say she sparked my interest in him. Yeah, came up with that on my own. Wink. Then we got this decrepit geriatric. Crypto thinks he's so smart, pressing buttons, hacking stuff. But can he make holograms? Nope. Boring, am I right? Oh, and I almost forgot, we road tripped. Well, I guess there wasn't really a road, it's more like a space trip. That's probably not a thing, but whatever. We flew to a spiffy new place, World's Edge. On the next on deck, a serial-killing robot assassin. Get this, he thinks he's death incarnate. And he might be. Please don't eat me. Anywho, he murdered this guy, who's this girl's dad, who grows up to be Loba. Well, I guess her name was always Loba, but she's a legend and a beautiful fighter. I mean a badass fighter.
Enough flirting.
And then we get Rampart, and she's all like... boom! Pop! Pretty rad. My kind of legend. And also, she's my roommate. Oh, almost forgot. We're getting a new legend. Oh man, I almost slipped up. All right, is that everything? I think so. Well, now you're all cut up. Time to get this road on the show. Begin to play the game. Good luck.
My name's Chris Lee. I go by Clegg Effects. I just thought about, hey, what if I decided to take the aesthetics of the characters and put them on sneakers? It went super viral within the Apex Legends community, and that was such a great feeling. I live and breathe this, man, every day. My name is Clegg Effects. You can follow me on my social media at Clegg FX, CLEGFX on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter.
It's time for the Apex action to begin, and to do that, our team is coming to you from around the world, direct from our home setups to yours. We're just moments away from the drama, the final circle, nail biters, and the clutch plays that our ALGS squad is bringing to you all day long. It's a great day for some Apex Legends. Here we go.
This is the Apex Legends Global Series Autumn Circuit, where the best Apex Legends competitors in the world battle to take their shot at playing for glory, bragging rights, and their share of the $500,000 prize pool. When we last met for the first Autumn Circuit Open Tournament, everyone was waiting to see who would come out the gate and take control. Aim Assist started the tournament off strong, taking first place in round 1 and second place in round 2. Designful and the rest of Aim Assist scored 44 points in the first 2 games alone, and added to their point total by boxing 31 opponents throughout the day. But after that hot start, they cooled off and never placed higher than 7th for the rest of the day, finishing in 3rd place. The real battle for first place went down between Rogue and Complexity. Monsoon and the rest of Complexity racked up more kills on the day and pulled in 2 second-place finishes. But Rogue, led by Sweet Dreams, managed 26 eliminations of their own, never finished lower than 9th, and took home 2 champion squad finishes. Both teams finished the day tied with 61 points. By tiebreaker rules, Rogue's win in 5th round when they scored 16 kills gave them the higher single-game score on the day and secured Rogue tournament crown. By taking 1st and 2nd place in the Open Tournament, both Rogue and Complexity earned the first 2 spots in the Autumn Circuit playoffs in December. And all the teams in the top 10 earned the right to compete in today's Open Tournament. So, once again, the dropships are loading up with more ALGS challengers, all vying to knock the crown off Rogue's head.
Surprise!
It's time to find out which teams are going to surprise us. Who will pull out those devious, notorious rat strats? Who is going to outshoot, outcraft, and outplay their rivals? Who's pushing with bolts and mastiffs? And who's sitting back with a charge rifle? Ready up and settle in. Welcome to the ALGS Autumn Circuit Open Tournaments.
Welcome, one and all, to the Apex Legends Global Series Autumn Circuit Online Tournament number 2. This is for our NA region. A huge thank you to Lenovo, our official monitor and PC sponsor here at the ALGS. They are the reason that we get to showcase the Lenovo Legion 7i rocking its i7 processor in that earlier shot. And they're the reason we're able to come to you today from our home setups straight to yours. A huge thank you for joining us. And another person to thank for joining us is Tom T Squared. Tom, unfortunately, we got to start today off on a bit of a somber note.
Yeah, super somber note. We want to pay our respects to Lou and his father, Brian Choi Clemens. For that, we're going to do a moment of silence. Just want to say that we all love you, Lou.
And of course, our thoughts and our prayers are with him and his family during this difficult time. So absolutely, thank you, Tom. But let's get to the business of the day, which is this tournament here in our North American region, and tell you exactly how today's schedule is going to get together and put ourselves into that calendar right now with our NA schedule here. Let's take a look at what we've got for today. As we mentioned, we've already started our day in Europe. That was at 9:45 from those of us coming from the LA area. Stockholm's ended their Monday in a good way. North America, of course, Tom, here we are, 4:45, ending our Monday on a high note. And Stockholm, London, you're starting your Tuesday off on a high note as well if you want to tune in here for our NA Championship, our NA Finals for this online tournament number 2 for the Autumn Circuit and ALGS. Lots of things to do, lots of games to see, and lots of action to take part in, to be sure. Tom, we've had a couple of changes, obviously, from our summer circuit now to our autumn circuit, one of which is the top 2 teams are going to punch their tickets to our playoffs, and not, in fact, top 3.
Yeah, so that means that there's going to be more spots in the LCQ when that actually happens. That's going to be 5 total. So again, top 3 are going to get paid. Top 2 are going to go and move in advance to the playoffs. Top 10 from the previous O2, so in online tournament number 1 here, they qualified automatically for your one here this weekend today. More people had to qualify, though. They had to play throughout the weekend, yeah. Kate. They're grinding all the time. These guys are scrimming. They're practicing. They're competing. 92 teams, as you see on your screen, here in North America. Only the top 20 dwindled down, like we said. 10 from the previous one, 10 qualified throughout the weekend.
Absolutely, and that's the stat that I love to mention all the time, because this lobby's scary enough, Tom. But the reality is that they've faced lobby after lobby just to even get here, to give them a chance to compete for Guts Glory, and of course their share of quite a big prize pool, which we'll get to here shortly. But let's talk about, that's the North American Tournament overview. Let's talk about today's format as we enjoy our 6 matches. That's pretty useful for us. We love those. We got 20 squads, that's 60 participants. That's fast math. Each team is going to earn those match placement and points, match points with placement and kills. Boy, sometimes hard to say things out loud with your mouth hole, Kate. Yikes. At any rate, and as we mentioned, those top 2 teams is the highest score. They're going to go ahead and get themselves a nice little ticket over to our playoffs. And maybe I think we have even one more of these slides to show off and showcase, because, you know, one of the things you like to talk about of these LCQs, something that now we're definitely looking forward to coming up here, because it all leads to one big kahuna. one big deal, and that is the large prize pool here for our autumn circuit and the finals at the end of our autumn circuit. They're right in front of us, Tom.
Yep, and you see the regional heroes meet the super regional heroes, but you're all heroes because you're playing a game called Apex Legends, so you're all just a bunch of legends out there. Can't wait to have this show go on today because, like, Kate, how intense. I know we don't really like to go back to the EU matches today, but we got to touch base on this. Game 6.
Oh.
4 teams within like 3 to 4 points of each other for number 1. It was a phenomenal day. I can't wait to see what the NA squads have in store for us here.
I cannot wait either. I think there's an element to this that I always look forward to with NA where I feel like they come out swinging. I feel like they've got some things to prove. They've got some places to be, stuff to do, and they've got some prize money to win. You talk about guts and glory and being on the top of the leaderboard as a huge factor in motivation. Well, paying off rent might be a pretty good one too, I'll say, and they can do it here, coming in first place with $6 grand, second $3,000, and third $1,500. Now, Tom, as you mentioned before, our top 2 teams get that $6,000 and that $3,000. They also get their chance to go to playoffs. But listen, top 3 is not bad. Third still gets money to take home.
Well, Kate, if they don't want to pay the rent and they want to upgrade their PC, that's totally fine with me. So whatever you want to spend this money on, go for it. Buy yourself a Lenovo laptop for all I care.
But you know what? That is a great idea with its i7 processor. I'll tell you what, this thing is a beast. At any rate, you're absolutely right. Yes, and you know what, Tom? You've said it before, and you'll say it again, I'm sure. The competition really here is the motivating factor. I mean, I love, like, everybody loves money, but my gosh, everything that I've seen you interact with a lot of our teams, a lot of our players on social media, and every time we talk about them and we hear them in comms, no one's talking about the money.
Well, we just look at a team like AM PDT, right? And it was in our opener in the video where he talked about how many points they got. They accumulated, I think, over 40 points, around 44 in the first 2 games. They ended up getting 3rd place overall. They were so upset with that. I talked to them in DMs. I saw them publicly going about this on social media, on Twitter, because we know we love tweets. But it's all about getting the win. You want to be the champion. Even when you get 2nd place, it's nice. Yes, you qualify for the playoffs. It's great when you do that so early, especially, too, and it gives your team that much more confidence. Most likely you're not going to go through any team changes, too. But it's all about the W. People want to win. That's why they compete so hard.
Well, let's take a look at how that competition has panned out here after our first online tournament with our overall ALGS leaderboard. And again, we've only had 1 tournament, so don't worry. So this might change a little bit, but not too much after today, because, of course, we'll talk about what our competitors are going to be facing today in just a moment. But yes, Tom, talk me through this. I mean, Rogue obviously number 1 up top, but the truth is Complexity, Amos is not far behind.
Yeah, so if you've been living under a rock, Lou on Rogue, Snipe Down out onto TSM, Albrelli out on TSM, Snipe Down in. But you look at teams like AM PDT, you like that, mate. Sitting up there with the big dogs, right? Those are some big organizations that are right next to you. Rogue, Complexity, NRG, TSM, Godsend, Solafide. They're right up there, ready to be signed with one of these top organizations. Can't wait to see who they're going to land up on. But you like that, mate, is a team that I want to talk about because it's got a good group of guys on, a good group of controller players mixed with a lot of aggression out there and just a lot of positive vibes, a lot of fun listen-ins with these guys. So I can't wait to jump in with teams like Complexity, you like that, mate, AM PDT. All of these teams extremely skilled. And then you have your champions sitting there in 16th place, CLG, and the Summer Champions. They're the only winners with 2 ALGS wins under their belt. That was hard to get out. And TSM is right there next to them. So I can't wait to see what CLG is going to do today because of the fact that I know they're upset with their performance from the last tournament.
And if that's not a motivator, I don't know what is. Let's take a look at exactly who is going to be vying for these top spots today with our top 20 participating teams here for this online tournament. Number 2 for our North American region. And of course, not a whole bunch has changed, but is there any highlights? Is there any upsets? Is there any surprises for you, Tom?
Well, we see Sentinels coming in here and Team Zeratricky coming in. I believe that both of those teams didn't qualify previously. I think that's why you're seeing them sit so low on the point standings. But CLG, they qualified. They didn't get top 10 in the previous one, so they had to go through the whole process. Doesn't matter. It's a new season. Whatever you won in summer doesn't matter here in autumn. It's a whole new process. Well, similar process, but it's all the points out of the window from the previous one. This is what you're looking at right now in your overall points, and it's Rogue obviously at first place. So watch out for Complexity. Watch out for the other teams that are going to be playing Bloodhound NA has a lot more Bloodhound than any other region.
Yes.
You are going to have a lot of crypto meta. There was a lot more Pathfinder in Europe than I was expecting. I'm not expecting that much Pathfinder here in NA.
I was going to say we saw a lot more zip lines coming around than I was, certainly than I was expecting, with the in EU for sure. So definitely something to look out for. Hey, speaking of things to look out for, let's talk about some teams to watch. You've already mentioned a couple, Tom, and I know whittling them down to 5 is hard for you, but let's go for it. Let's jump right in. Let's see who you named in that top 5 teams to watch today.
Yeah, so you have Aim Assist, Complexity, Counter Logic Gaming, Rogue, and TSM. It is extremely difficult to put this list together. It's always changing in my head, but I have to always give respect to the teams that have won recently and have won multiple ALGSs. So we start with multiple winners. That's TSM and CLG. We start with the most recent winner. That's Rogue. We start with a team that got top 3 and Aim Assist, and then we start in the team that got second place with Complexity. So if you're not on this list and you're salty, do something today and get on the list next time.
Oh, throwing out the gauntlet, challenging the teams. I love it, Tom, and you're not wrong at all. I so appreciate your breakdown of why you put these teams up on this list, and I think it's a good one because, as we've mentioned before, consistency is the silver bullet. It's the thing that's going to keep you going. I will say something else I kind of realized as we were talking earlier. With these teams, some of them that haven't made it into our competition, so our first online tournament, right? That's, they didn't make it in. I'm trying to remember who it was that you had mentioned that hadn't made it in, but had made it in.
Sentinels,
yeah. Sentinels, thank you, exactly. Yeah. Well, see, the problem being, of course, that we're talking overall standings by the end of this circuit, and so overall standings are make the difference in seeding. They make the difference in whether you're going to get to the finals at all, and I feel like it's something that we don't often touch on, which is that these teams really need to get in every single online tournament in order to be competitive in the later rounds of this circuit.
Yeah, and the teams that didn't make it, they're going to go to the drawing board, figure out why that happened, and that should make them a stronger team going forward. Mm-hmm. So I don't think a team like Sentinels or a team like Zeratricky is worried about what their performance is. I think they understand that, hey, it's a bad series of games. Anything could happen. One of your players could lag out. It's nothing's perfect, right? We're dealing with a lot of technology, so you could be running into lag issues, or you could just be running into actual game issues where you're not playing well together as a team. Someone could be having an off day, or your whole team just is having an off day. Not to mention random RNG in terms of another team coming to third party you or getting aggressive. The earlier rounds are harder to advance sometimes because you have teams that it's similar to playing like YMCA basketball, right? Like you're more likely to get injured from some guy that has no idea how to play basketball than a professional that understands their body. And that's what's the same here with Apex, where you can go and get griefed and charged by a team that has no idea what they're doing, and another good team takes advantage of that and hops on the fight before you can heal. And that's why it's not so surprising to see some things like that happen.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk a little bit about some players, and more importantly, one particular player. Sometimes we like to come alongside and do some player profiles, so you at home can see a little bit more of the player behind the controller, behind the mouse and keyboard, and here is just one of those. Take a look.
My teammates would describe me as the silent sentry, someone they can always count on. If there's ever a moment that I need to clutch up, I'll always clutch up.
Oh my god, baby!
Hi, my name is Mark Thies. I go by Dropped in-game, and I play Apex Legends for Team Rogue. What makes me a great Apex Legends player is, first of all, you have to have the mechanical skill. I've been PC gaming at a pro level for 4 or 5 years now. The biggest thing in Apex is decision making, and that's been one of my strongest suits by far as a pro player. I am currently main Wattson for Team Rogue. She is a defensive character. Her ultimate ability, it's basically a trophy system that destroys grenades and other throwables that will be thrown at your team. Heading into the Autumn Circuit, our lineup was Pathfinder, Wattson, and Wraith. Through the first 3 games of Kings Canyon, we only came out with 12 points because the zone pulls in the tournament were not the best for us at all. We had no expectation to win whatsoever.
but there's another team. It's Rogue. They're trying to shut it down.
But then we ended up getting 2 wins in a row on World's Edge.
Rogue about to call checkmate here. Rogue have had this circle under wraps from the very beginning. Everyone had to run into it. You were right on the money.
We just knew that we played a perfect game. Game 6, we were kind of trying to play passively because we knew that we had the lead. Both my teammates ended up going down and dying, and it was up to me with about 13 teams left. I ended up getting into a rat spot and getting my team to 5th place, which made us end at 61 points. We saw Complexity go down and not win the game, so we knew that that was huge for us. We ended up figuring out that they tied with us, and we knew that we won the tiebreaker.
We've been told by our games makers there's a tie, but Rogue still comes out on top.
We are the champions, my friend.
Every point mattered up until that moment. The future for Team Rogue is very, very bright. We're still a new team, and we're only going to get better. We're so excited that we have Lou a part of our squad now, and we just are going to keep improving and just show everyone that we're the best.
Oh my god, best caller in the game.
They really are the best. Absolutely. That was dropped from Rogue. And you know what? He said something really important. Every point counts. And I know that sounds like something you hear on a motivational moment or on some sort of I could see it on like the back of a, what's that called with the car bumper sticker? But the truth is
I got it
that
tattooed.
of course he did. Sure. But that's the truth, is that every point counts. And a team that takes that kind of mentality seriously is going to do well in Apex because of this, the way our circuit's certainly formatted. And it's a delight to hear him talk that way. So that's awesome.
I'm surprised the map on his wall is Earth and not World's Edge. Honestly, that's one of the things that really shocked me. But yeah, congratulations and Lou's great pickup. Couldn't imagine anything better. And winning your first major together is extremely exciting. And sky's the limit.
Absolutely. Hey, you know what else is the limit? There's just no way for me to segue to that sounds in any way, shape, or form useful. So I'm just going to tell you that if you'd like to keep up with all of our action and drama, well, we're on Twitch. Isn't that exciting? Twitch.tv/playapex. You can go ahead and maybe toss us a free follow. We'd love you for it. We also have a YouTube channel, youtube.com/playapexcompete. Free sub there. We're just throwing out free subs, free follows, just doing it. Anyway, that's where we can find us each and every online tournament here. We've got some more coming up in this autumn circuit. Not only that, but as we know, Tom, 1,000 Apex coins makes everybody's Monday better, and there's a way to do that and earn yours, and that's by following us at PlayApex on Twitter, using the hashtag ALGS, tweeting at us, tell us where you're watching, tell us how you're watching, tell us with whom you are watching. Perhaps what you're eating while you're watching. Still don't know what that pasta dish was from earlier today, but I have my ideas. I think I can figure it out. The point is that you can go ahead and get yourself 1,000 Apex coins simply by tweeting at us and being featured in this very program.
Yeah, and if you're gonna eat pasta, make sure that it has bread because carbs are better with more carbs.
oh God, I miss carbs so much. Oh Lord. You know what? In chat, hands up if you miss carbs. You know what? Don't miss carbs. Eat carbs, okay? That's what we're going to say.
Eat whatever you want.
That's right.
Dropping out of the ship,
right.
You lose a lot of weight already just jumping out of the drop ship.
It's just math, Tom. It's just math. At any rate, yeah, we're going to make sure we get into gameplay here in the not too long. But first, we're going to show you a little bit about that Lenovo Legion laptop we talked about earlier. Take a look at this.
Welcome along, everybody. It is time to get the gameplay started. Girl is alongside me. North America is about to kick off. Girl, as you can tell, pretty excited about the game's about to start. How are you feeling about today?
Feeling really good. I really enjoyed watching EU, and I'm just as excited to watch NA and cast NA alongside you.
Yeah, I think this lobby is stacked. I think that's one thing that we definitely can confirm. I'm just looking across at, some of the team names and some of the storylines that we have, right? You've got CLG, multiple winners. You've got TSM, multiple winners. Rogue, huge win with their first event with Lou on the roster. NRG, Sentinels, Aim Assist. There really is so many teams that could potentially come out and win this tournament. What do you think is going to be that little bit of secret spice, the secret ingredient that's going to carry one of these teams through to success today?
The return of Retzi. Yep, that's going to be the secret spice
That's
to
a good one.
Sentinels, perhaps.
That's a pretty good one. I mean, let's talk about that roster, right? The return of Retzi. I know that a lot of Apex fans are going to be very happy to see him back on this Sentinels lineup. Such an aggressive player, such a mechanically talented player, and also a fantastic in-game leader. So tell us a little bit about Retzi for some players, and some viewers, I should say, who maybe aren't too aware of the previous Sentinels lineups and haven't seen him play yet.
So he's played with Synox before, and then he took a break for Valorant, I think. And now he's back, and he's still as talented as ever. So perhaps they did dominate, I believe it was yesterday, right? They dominated yesterday's finals, made it to today, and hopefully they're ready to play alongside all the other amazing teams.
Well, of course, we've got the points and scoring to show you as well. Just in case you are watching for the first time, you'll be able to see it on your screens in just a few seconds. But placement points, so vital. But as we've seen as well, not just placement points, girl, it is those kill points as well that go alongside it that decide who win these tournaments.
Yeah, we've seen it work both ways. So we've seen a lot of people get kills early on. We've seen a lot of people play for placement and end up getting the God spot, as we spoke about earlier today, which is a spot which is normally like on high ground where you're basically untouchable, and that you could look down on other teams and get a lot of kills without any kind of repercussion. So I seen it work a lot today, where when you get the best spot at the end zone, you end up packing in a lot of kills near the end. So 1 kill, 1 point. It'll work out for you.
Now, speaking of kills, there's one roster change that I know there's had a lot of hype behind it, and understandably so, with such an established roster making that change, with Abralelli going out and Snipedown coming in. Now, I've known Snipedown for a long time from other titles as well, and I know what he can bring to a team. And that word you said there is kills. This man, as he said himself, he has gold stabilizers right here, and he will not miss many shots when he gets into those 1v1s. What do you think he adds to this TSM roster that maybe they were missing a little bit in the past?
Honestly, Snipedown versus Albrelelli, I think they're both completely amazing players. Albrelelli has golden stabilizers even on mouse and keyboard. I don't necessarily know what the difference between the two are with Hal and Reps, but it seems to be working out. He's a very dangerous character, and when people get up close to him, he's known to 1v2 other players. So.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him play today. I think it's going to be very exciting. But you're completely right. Albrelelli and himself, a phenomenal player. And, of course, we miss him and we hope to see him back soon competing in Apex Legends. But let's talk about some of the other rosters we have as well. And maybe one that doesn't get enough love in comparison to some of the other teams we're talking about. And that is Aim Assist. Because we always talk about the big orgs. We're talking about, those names that we know and love. But Aim Assist, one of the most consistent teams and consistent rosters that we've had in recent events here in the Apex Legends Global Series. What do you think makes them so consistent as a roster?
Honestly, I think they just work so well together. They've been playing together for a very long time, and they've been dominating, and that hype just continues to the next and next tournament, right? They're just so comfortable and confident with each other that they kind of feel unstoppable, and they're keeping it up with all of the other big dogs.
Well, just a reminder to you all as well, we are playing across 2 maps today. We'll show you the map schedule on how the games are going to be played. It will be World's Edge for our first 3, much like we saw earlier in our European competition. Then we move over to Kings Canyon, where things get a little bit hectic, a little bit faster paced. Something that we saw earlier is, World's Edge gives that consistency to some teams to get out to a good start, and then we have the kind of the roll of the dice, the big games, the big bomb games that can come in on Kings Canyon. And what are your thoughts on the layout of things today?
Yeah, I love the 50-50 between the two maps. I know some people, you know, have their preferences, but it's always important to get a good start. No matter what the map is, it's always important to get the good start, to get that momentum with your team. I feel like it's very important, especially for the newer teams, maybe the newer forum teams, because they haven't been together for so long, so they might not know how to come back from a difficult situation as much as a well-reformed team that has been playing together for the past 6 months or so. So it's really important for especially those newer form teams to do well in the first match, and we'll take a look and see what goes on.
Well, it looks like we're ready for our first game then of the North American Finals for Online Tournament number 2. The time for talking is done. It is time for action. And if you're a fan of CLG, of TSM, Rogue, NRG, Sentinels, Aim Assist, any of the teams in our finals today, I want to see you live in that chat. I want to see you showing some love to all of the players. But one team that we haven't mentioned yet, and I am glad that we brought them up on our screen as one of our first teams to watch here, because I get to say it in an English accent, and it's, do you like that, mate? Because that's how it's said, girl. That's how it's said.
Do you like that, mate?
There you go. You got it. You got it. Absolutely perfect.
Did I really?
That's how you say it. Do you like that, mate? Simple.
Like
all right, we're going to watch
mate?
these guys. We're going to watch these guys off drop. We're going to see the drop ship going from north to south. So those northern teams are a little bit of an advantage as far as the drop is concerned, just getting that loot up nice and early. And it looks like in the background here we can see a little bit of a further drop here for Do You Like That, Mate to get their way across World's Edge here before they get to their drop location. But just keeping our eyes peeled on the map and seeing if there's any areas that are going to be shared. It looks like everyone has a pretty comfortable spot at the moment. A couple of teams in Skyhook, though, could run into each other, but as we know, lots of ground to play with in Skyhook, so everyone looks like they've had a pretty comfortable drop.
Yeah, everyone does look like they had a pretty comfortable drop, but did we make it yet? I believe is struggling just a little bit. They're looking for some loot and some better armor. Maybe they were a little bit contested there in the beginning, but they've made it out okay.
Well, he's got an Eva 8 and a Mozambique, and we are going to see a little bit of contention here, actually. It looks like it. Anyway, Matt Pickett, and you like that, mate? I'm going to have to make a little bit of a retreat here and see if the team that they're dropping with do like that, mate. If they want to take a little bit of a fight, and it's not going well for them at the moment, as you're going to see Cromie going to be taken down, and also his teammate here, Rikinshu, going to be taken down to almost no HP as well, but he's doing a great job with this L-Star to at least elongate this battle and push this player away from him, but no, he gets taken down as well. Last player alive is going to be sneaking away here as the Gibraltar, and it looks like one of the teams we were talking about and we were watching off drop, well, they're going to wish they were back in the dropship and another opportunity to maybe drop back into World's Edge.
Yeah, that was really difficult for Matt Pickett. No matter if you're a controller player or a mouse and keyboard player, when someone is directly on top of you, it's so hard to use your reflexes and point up in that direction, especially since a lot of pro players don't play on the highest sensitivity on either or. So I do some 1v1s from time to time, and when someone Pathfinder grapples right above you or something like that, it's just so hard to get those shots off. And unfortunately for Crummy and Rakanishu, they had no armor in that fight in the beginning, so no matter what Matt Pickett had, he got cracked, and they were just at a disadvantage there.
It's Absolute Monarchy who are going to be the team who do take down 2 of Do You Like That, Mate. It's going to be interesting to see if the Gibby manages to stay alive long enough here to maybe get those banners and get those teammates back into the game. But as this fight is going on, it might give us a little opportunity to bring up that map overhead and see where that circle is going to be pulling early on in our game number 1 here on World's Edge. We're actually going to see another team sneaking in here. So Absolute Monarchy, having dealt with one, looks like they're trying to deal with another here, take down another player in the window. And I'm going to tell you what, Lava City, well, I thought it was a quiet drop for a lot of these teams, and things and business has certainly picked up here.
I'm getting flashbacks right now because I remember Six being in this exact building when he pulled off a really sick clutch in another tournament. But unfortunately, he goes down and AMG picks up the kills.
AMG with kills on the board. They've had a fantastic start to this game. You can see 2 kills in the back pocket of that particular player. And speaking of back pockets, well, there's going to be a scout in the hands and in the back pocket here of Pandas, as he's going to be crafting himself something quite nice, a little bit of ammo maybe out of the crafting setup that they do have here over in Harvester. You can see where that circle is in the top left-hand side of your screen. Quite a lot of area there covered on the western side of World's Edge. So going to be pulling that way. We'll have to see if we see a Pathfinder beacon to give us a little bit more of an indication of where that is going to be pulling. And as you say that, Solafide have hit that beacon. You can see that in the top left. They have a little bit more information than some other teams who won't have hit that beacon. So they're set up on their rotation, looking to make their way maybe towards Harvester here.
Yeah, we've seen some players hold this choke in the past. I believe it was Complexity, one of our previous tournaments. So this choke will be a good choke to hold, just so they can kind of keep other teams away, but also rotate smoothly when they're going to have to later on. And here we are with CLG, Pow Pow Madness, and Vaxlon. They are looking to rotate, but also perhaps maybe look to get some kills or have some aggression, or maybe take a peek at Geyser.
Yeah, it looks like they're just playing between those two chokes, and NRG do have a player downed here, but Nathan will be revived. The Pathfinder brought back into the game as a cheeky armor swap laying next to him as well to make sure that he can get his meds off with not too much damage dealt. So NRG inside of that second circle, inside of Harvester, in a pretty good position with the high ground as well. But going back to that CLG position, I kind of like it, to be honest with you. Kind of rotating between those two chokes and kind of floating, looking to be a nuisance for anyone rotating in from the northern side of the map.
Yeah, it's a little late for CLG to rotate perhaps to the very center of the end zone, so they might decide to play around the edge. And Euresis Daycare just right under them with the scout, trying to take some poke damage. They're going to try and get their Evo armors up because they're really out of luck with the blues and the purples in this game right here.
The armors are looking a little bit skinny here on Euresis Daycare. They're going to look to fatten them up a little bit as they move in towards Sorting Factory now, using that zip line, but it looks like there might have been a call that there might have been some players watching on the cross here, so it might have just been a case of picking up a few extra bits of loot on the way. So 8 cells in the back pocket here of Serial. He's going to be pretty comfortable with meds, etc., as his teammates make their way over towards the station building here in Sorting Factory. And Euresis Daycare looking pretty good as far as rotation is concerned, just playing on the edge, no real danger in front of them, but as you say, they desperately need to level up those armors, and maybe a lot of that responsibility will fall onto Euresis here with that scout in his hands.
Yeah, definitely, that's for sure. And oh, they found a purple armor that's going to be put on Serial. Serial's definitely dealt with a lot of struggle in his Apex career because he's also done the solo Apex journey, so he's going to have a lot of patience with these tournaments, that's for sure.
Yeah, that is one way to, as you say, build patience and build forgiveness, is to play some solo ranked. But as you say, if he's got that under his belt, he's going to be able to deal with the pressure of these grand finals here in our autumn circuit. But now they're making their way in a little bit more. They can hear a bit of fighting going down in the distance. It looks like they want to get involved, but one team, like we mentioned earlier, who's already been involved in some fighting in this game is Absolute Monarchy, and it looks like Sentinels are the team who are looking to get aggressive, and a few beams here from Retzi is going to immediately pull the trigger down for them to push.
Yeah, they have a really good angle on these teams, although those teams have those rocks to play behind. But they might be able to do enough damage if they shoot at the same target together. But it looks to see that they're going into that little trailer.
Retzi's going to be able to break one of the shields of the players underneath, just poking out and just giving that angle. Look at this angle here from Retzi, and it looks like the damage has been done. He's thinking about a portal play as well, maybe to try and get an angle, but look at this from Retzi. Classic Sentinels dropping onto these players to try and get the kill points locked down, but unfortunately, it looked like that team had actually portaled out, and there's a team behind them as well. A Spectre at the GOAT is going to take down Xenox.
Unbelievable. They don't look at their backs for 1 second, and another team just comes in and kills 2 of them. It's all up to Retzi to see if he can pull off a knock. He gets the knock. He has 2 people knocked. Will he take the portal? Will he try and look to push through these doors? I believe he'll be able to put enough pressure to get him off of the reses, but he's not broken the other guy just yet.
Retzi right now is a one-man Sentinels-colored wrecking crew. If he can pull this one off and stop these reses, get these kills, both of his teammates are only down. They haven't been finished off in this situation, so if Retzi can clutch up here for his team, this would be massive here for Sentinels, but It's a lot easier said than done with the amount of talent that is in this lobby, but it looks like he's going for it. A 122 forces him back through the portal as well, and it looks like Retzi is hot on the trail of this player. Takes him down, and Retzi, welcome back to the LGS. You have been missed.
That was incredible. Good play by Retzi. Unfortunately, Serial wasn't able to do it. He got Retzi down to 30 HP, but Retzi actually pulled out his 3-1 in the very last second, which was very surprising to me, but his massive shot with the 122 was incredible. Monsoon also with the massive shot on McCarthy.
Those shots from Monsoon, it always surprises me. You know what I mean? It always catches me off guard, even though we see it tournament after tournament after tournament. Monsoon doesn't miss, Go. It's just like he's shooting different guns to everybody else.
That's exactly right. He is incredible. The Massive's just too good of a gun to give up, and a lot of people say, oh no, the Massive, it only hits 14, and no, it doesn't only hit for 14. In the right hand, these Massives can do a lot of damage, and you just gotta time those shots right and aim at the right spot.
So Complexity now moving their way through this little choke that we were seeing held by Solo Fide, of course, the team that they were putting pressure onto and getting a couple of knocks as we go over to Aim Assist now. They're up on the high ground, overlooking Harvester. Got a little panoramic view of this central structure in the middle of World's Edge, but not coming under too much pressure. A couple of shots from cross-map aren't going to cause them too much of a problem, but holding down this high ground, pretty good position for them to be in. They can kind of survey the lay of the land, so to speak, on where is going to be open, where teams are setting up, and look to push from there.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Aim Assist with the Scout. I believe they're just going to hold this choke, hold this high ground, maybe look for damage, but they seem to be comfortable playing on the edge zone. They do have a Gibraltar and Bloodhound, and a lot of those teams are very comfortable playing edge zone, and it seems like they're scanning a team over here.
To Scout in the hand here of Design 4, just looking for anyone to dare walk into the crosshairs of that weapon. Looking to level up those Evos as well. Only 93 damage points away here from leveling that up, so not too far away from getting that purple armor on his back. There's gentrifying here with the wingman. No scope on it, though. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to hit those shots from that kind of distance, but you can see the pings going out here, girls. So important to ping to your teammates where those other teams are, where they're looking to rotate in from, so that you can make your next move.
Yeah, so it seems as the team that they scanned on the other side of the rock came back around, and they're pinging them out. So they're tracking them perfectly all around the mountain, and they're confident in getting a fight.
So TSM then. We haven't seen anything from them yet, but they're alive. 2 blue armors and a white on the back of Snipe Down. We'll actually jump into the team comms here of TSM. We haven't seen them too much, so let's listen in straight away.
I'm keeping R9. I'm dropping an extra mech kit. There's extra light, by the way, for you on the ground. Like 100. Snipe.
Where? Oh, fuck.
On the ground here.
Oh, dude, I'm about to start teeing off. Wait, I only got like 20 right there.
Right here.
Oh.
You might be able to look for a portal on this team next zone, just because like it looks like a team's gonna have to force on them, right?
Yeah, they have to.
There's a team over here and a team over here, though. So, like, I think both will try to fight.
Yeah.
You should play there for now.
Yeah, well. Snipe, get ready to come over here to me. You should, actually, it's fine if he has white.
God, is split.
Well, girl, every single time that I call for a listening on the ALGS, that's what you get. It's a running joke between me and the other talent, between production. Every time I call for a listening, everything goes silent.
It wasn't so bad, actually, because we got I'm not sure if you remember, but Exorcism played in this exact spot this morning, and they were getting pushed from 3 different angles. And as we could hear in the listening, that Hal wants to use his portal to engage into fights. So they won't have that big of a defense if somebody pushes them. But it looks like here, he's getting the knock. He definitely got the knock, so he's going to get that kill point, and they're going to be able to get all of this loot safely and securely. But you never know if someone's going to take their spot as they're all out here. But they seem to be able to be doing in a lot of damage, so it's definitely a different playstyle than we've seen this morning.
Oh, 100%. I love the aggressive play coming out from TSM as well. And a little note on what you were saying there, someone taking their spot. Well, if you kept your eyes on the minimap, Reps actually stayed back in that position on the other end of the portal. So it was Snipe Down and Hal who went through to try and be aggressive on those kills, try and clean up and get that loot in the back pocket while Reps held things down. And the communication, I'm sure, would have been screamed out through the headsets to them to come back if there was a push in. So a great little opportunity taken there by TSM to get some kill points on the board and get some loot. But CLG now, just outside of that next zone. They've got 2 minutes to work out how they're going to be able to move in. But they are inside Harvester at least, but 15 squads remaining as Ring 4 will be closing. A lot of teams left and not a lot of land to play with.
Yeah, Team Zeratricky under a lot of pressure right now. Zeratricky, last one alive on his team. He has a massive, but he's getting shot from a bunch of different angles, different teams right here. So he's got no choice but to go back and heal.
But the good thing is he does stay alive here. And like we saw a little bit earlier, as I say, Caster Curse comes in. It's true, it's a real thing. I'm so sorry, but yeah, unfortunately he gets taken down. But staying alive, getting those extra placement points was the difference between Rogue being a champion and being in second place in our first tournament of the Autumn Series. So back to TSM now. You can see a little bit of upgrade across the board on the armor here. They've got plenty of ammo to work with as well. A much healthier position from that one push than what we saw previously.
Yeah, exactly. And you were right. Reps did hold the position that they were in earlier, and they definitely had them to scouting for the kills. They ended up getting kill points, so of course it was completely worth it. You like that mate in a really odd position. I've never seen this this one before. He's taken in a lot of damage, but they're gonna make it into the zone for sure.
Well, let's remind ourselves that you like that mate, as I said, and I'm sorry if that's starting to annoy everyone, but you know what, I don't care, I'm keeping it up. They were the team who got pretty much wiped apart from, of course, Rakinishu, the Gibraltar player, off drop. So to get into this position inside the top 14 from where they were, with 2 players alive and with some decent armors to work with, not going to be too disappointed with that, as now we're going to see Sentinels, who of course have Retzi to thank for being in this position, now once again taking a fight. Cross trying to get aggressive, but forced into that bubble now.
They got the gold helmet on Xenox, and that's always good to have on the Bloodhound or the Gibraltar. I wonder what they prefer to have it on, to be honest. They still have the ultimate going with the Bloodhound, looking around to see if they can get any kills, but it seems as they're just safe here. But you like that mate coming in right behind them with the beams.
I mean, that is the perfect position for them to be in. But as I say that, Rakinishu gets taken down from the side himself. So Crummy now going to have to move in, trying to keep this pressure onto Sentinels. But if there's one team you don't want to be sneaking around a corner at, it is that Sentinels lineup. It looks like Retzi's been taken down by Snipe Down in the feed hill. Vaxilong's going to be taken down, one of the players from Aim Assist as well. And look at that kill feed. From 16 we go down to 10, and it looks like the carnage is still going on here in Harvester. Vaxilon gets the armor swap, but it's not enough. CLG eliminated.
Vaxilon did end up getting the armor swap, but it did not matter. He melted in 1 second. Crummy, though, he found a nice rat spot. He has not gotten any attention from the other team, so he'll be in a good area. Rogue still has their full roster up, looking for rats, looking for those kill points if they can get them, but he hasn't spotted anyone yet. And now with the crypto drone flying around, scouting, seeing if there's any rats. Everyone's looking for rats right now.
Yeah, it's an extermination right here. Rats are going to be no longer for this game number 1. Great shots with the 2 times there to take out the drone from the crypto. And Rogue here at the other end of Harvester to what TSM were. It'd be interesting to see if TSM did manage to get that full roster back up to their feet. As we saw, there was only 1 player alive momentarily. Speaking of which, a rat will be exterminated. As we're watching the third-person point of view here, 8 squads now remaining. Xenox managed to get out alive, which, again, huge in any game. To get out of difficult situations alive as a team, even if it's one player, that's potential placement points on the board. And Xenox, as the Bloodhound, still got some work to do, though.
Exactly as Tom and Kate said earlier today, every point counts. So ratting for just a couple placement points could be the definition of winning or losing the entire game. Xenox with a beautiful massive shot to 186 right here. Gets the down. Will be able to maybe secure himself a kill point if he gets those reloads on the massive. I love to see double massive. Is my favorite freaking gun.
Oh my word, look at this. I mean, Xenox is... he's having fun out here, is what I would say. He should get that KP as well on that player who should be taken down by the ring. The only problem is there's a crevice in front of him, and he looks like he went skydiving there. But 5 squads now remaining. HPS, one of those squads. Look at the carnage that is in front of them. They surely are in one of the power positions here as they are just wiping teams left and right. So many kill points available to them as the 301 is hitting hard, and the Prowler in the back pocket as well for those up close and personal battles.
This looks like HPS's game to win. They have the God spot, they have the angles that they needed on, and they have their whole team up alive. I wonder if the last 2 teams are full or if they're broken. I believe there might be a team inside of that building, if I'm correct, and then there's one more team outside that they've got to fight. I don't know if the team inside the building can get out and safely into the zone. I believe they're just going to have to take their 3rd or 2nd place here.
Well, if we could just quickly switch through our teams to see what our last 3 teams alive are, that would be amazing to see. One of them is Rogue, of course. Our champions of the first online tournament for the Autumn Series are still involved here. Looking to start off hot in our game number 1 here on World's Edge. And the other team is TSM. Full lineup here, but as you say, kind of trapped in this position inside that building. They're going to have to take some damage, and the question is, can they get out before they get taken down by the ring?
Yeah, they'll be able definitely to get a portal and into the void, into the zone, but they're going to get focused. They're going to get focused really hard over here. They got a nice spot on the roof that the other teams cannot have an angle on as of yet. So HPS and TSM will have to fight early on, and Rogue looks like they're in the best position here.
Rogue in the best position for the third party, but the beams are coming in from TSM. Looking to pick up KP, but they're inside the ring now. How will be taken down, Reps will be taken down, and surely now that is the trigger for Rogue to make their move. There it is! Rogue will move in and eliminate the final player. They will be your champion here of game number 1, but whew, some heavy hitters involved in the final moments of that game. A phenomenal game to kick off North America here, girl. You couldn't have asked for any more.
No, honestly, I thought HPS was in the best position. I thought the other teams are broken or dead, but it was 3 full teams there at the end. Rogue had the better position. They had the third party angle, and TSM had to run into HPS, which left them to win the game, and they played it perfectly.
Yeah, Rogue's positioning towards the end of that game, but put them, like you say, in the perfect position for that third party. We were both a little bit surprised that How managed to get that portal to the angle to even give TSM the opportunity to be involved in that final fight. But for now, that is all for game 1. We're going to toss it back over to Kate and Tom on the desk to break it all down.
Well, so often, thank you, by the way, Onset and Girl, and so often, Tom, I feel like we're talking about the upset, or we're talking about the team we didn't... Expectations-wise, this was exactly what the fan favorites wanted, right? We wanted to see Rogue at the top of our leaderboards. We wanted to see some of these other teams that come into that late game and really dominate. You know, TSM, my gosh, you want to talk about a legacy. You want to talk about Snipe Down being a part of that legacy now. This is something that I'm so excited to see, but also, was it something that we genuinely expected from this lobby?
Yeah, and that was a really fun zone, Kate, because Harvester is pretty central. It makes it fairly easy for a lot of teams to rotate, no matter on which landing spot that you were talking about. And that was a thing that Drop touched based on right when he did it in his player interview, where the first 3 games, they were really struggling because of the zone pulls when they were coming through and winning this last thing. So to go through and just kind of play it cool and sit on the side, let the other teams do the work. That's exactly what you want to do if you're Rogue. Nobody knew that that was them sitting in the wings, just waiting to pounce. You see these teams that are alive, and you give up your positioning and you get off the high ground. You think, oh, Well, there has to be a rat somewhere, right? This can't be TSM and Rogue that are alive with us, right? Look how much freedom there is on the map. We just got done beaming everybody in front of us. Nope, it's 6 of the best players in the world just waiting and strategizing on how they're going to win the game. Ended up being Rogue. They third-partied. TSM came through and they tried their best, but it was just a really, really nice timing play by Rogue.
It was, and I got to tell you, we watch a lot of these final circles, and oftentimes we get the chaos and we get the bloodshed, and it's just fabulous to watch. But I'll be honest, this one, I was like, all of a sudden, it was like, where did everybody go? And all of a sudden, there was Rogue. So I'm excited to see. Hopefully, we get to talk about that final moment. But I definitely am excited to hear your breakdown of it, because I think these are two teams that are, to our point here, they're the behemoths. These are the legends. These are the teams that have won multiple tournaments in a row. My goodness, TSM, bringing in Snipe Down too to become part of this team is it's going to be awesome. So I'm excited to get started. I'm excited that we started off NA in this way. And at this point, now going into game 2, what do you think the minds of these players are looking at now that they know that the if you will, the big boys came out to play?
Yeah, I think everyone's going to come through with the same mentality. We have to look at a place like Lava City and say, what do you do if you like that, mate, where you have another top-notch team going contesting you when you have Vayne 6 and I think it's Moni on that team. Those are 3 very individually skilled players. They're a team, and they're also an aggressive team. So I feel like between you like that, mate, and these guys, they will continue to 50-50 out over towards Lava City. Maybe someone goes over towards Dome, but then you have AMG that's waiting to third-party them. So that's the problem when you go over towards Lava City, as you get in this standoff. One team gets the high ground, one team gets the low ground, and you got to feel for them because they were able to rebound Rakinishu with 2 players. They kind of messed up Sentinel's game, pushed Sentinels into TSM with that flank there, and then all hell really broke loose over at the Harvester side. Like they were saying, there was 15 teams left going into Zone 4, Zone 5, dwindled down to 10 really quick, and then we had the top 3 there just sitting pretty. But there's a lot of space over towards Harvester, and there's a lot of zone knowledge over there. I guarantee every player in that lobby at that point knew exactly where that was ending.
Yeah, that Harvester carnage was awesome. At any rate, let's take a look at those Game 1 results and how the awesomeness has panned out for our teams on our leaderboard. Check this out. Let's do it to it. Here we go. And of course, no surprises here. Rogue coming in. But HPS, not to be outdone, Tom, literally outdoing even #1 Rogue in terms of kills.
Yeah, it's a big deal for HPS. They're coming up with the #1 in kills. Again, they picked up so many on top of that roof there. I felt like they could have continued to hold the roof the entire time. I'm not sure why they dropped into the crevice again. The map looked so open. They had damage. Little did they know that there was another team just waiting to third party. But either way, there was a lot of great plays. We saw Senox on Sentinels going over towards the sorting factory side, coming up and taking out Serial. And also, I think that was a 2-3 versus 1 that he pulled off right there. Didn't look like he was going to be able to do it, but just great aggressive play. And if you ever played against Sentinels or watched Sentinels play, you know that if he gets any initial damage on you, they're going to send it. That's how confident they are. Makes it extremely exciting to watch. 2 brains, 1 controller. What a team name. I'm not sure who's on that. I'm not sure who's on that team, but I'm guessing the guy without the controller doesn't have the brain.
Just throwing down some hard facts there. Let's take a look at our overall game results. Let's see how this is going to go. It's not going to be obviously too much of a difference, but we are going to see a larger field, I think, from our overall results. And remember, overalls are really where the rubber meets the road in the later part of this competition. That's where that math is really going to come in handy. And nothing here that's super surprising, super unique, super exciting.
Well, I can just tell you that's how hard this tournament is, where you go and look at a team like Zeratricky in number 17 with 1 point. They were over at Harvester. They died over at Harvester. They were one of the earlier teams there set up. So you can go and get to this spot. You can go to get to where the zone's going to end and still end up not even getting 1 single placement point. The point that they got, I believe, was probably from a kill. So that's pretty wild that a very, very solid team gets into a position and gets pushed out of that. Just goes to show how skilled the rest of the lobby is. So again, just coming off with game number 1, if we learned anything than we did from the previous North American one, where Rogue won, it's not over until, we're getting to game 4 or 5 when it's mathematically elimination time. So don't really get too upset if you didn't do well in game number 1. There's still plenty of games to be played. But again, I hope we see more zones like that. Maybe a fragment zone here, more central, something more fair so these teams on the edge don't have to travel too far.
Very true. And you know what? The math really does come out in a lot of different teams' favor later on. As you mentioned, you said it so well. You can't, it's not over till it's over. Obviously, this is only game 1. You know, no worries to those teams that didn't perform as well as they wanted to, because the nature of Battle Royale, the nature of Apex, is that you can have 2 incredible games and all of a sudden find yourself at the top of our leaderboards. But the truth is, as you mentioned, this lobby's pretty scary. So the odds of that happening to a team we're not completely familiar with are relatively low, but it's happened before.
Yeah, and every point's going to matter. I think the most important thing is that no team had a crazy start quite yet, just like Aim Assist did last time. So if you saw a team with, 35 points to start the tournament, you're like, wow, well, if these guys have a good game too, we're going to be playing catch-up the entire time. Not the case here, still evenly spread, and still a lot more Apex to be played.
Absolutely. And before we get to gameplay, I want to real quick go to that final moment, Tom, because this is where I love picking your brain. And I want you to take me through, where it is that TSM came out and Rogue, unfortunately, Rogue got on top is what I'm trying to say. Use of words, Kate. Tom, take it away.
I think the key thing here is Pathfinder can go and help you play this rock, and you can go and take angles that are unorthodox. So you see Drop, this zone up there. He's the Watson, so they're going to put him in a position where he can't get touched. And they just set up a 3-point stance right around there with everybody taking their little head glitch. It looked so simple. It's like Rogue's the champion. Wait, all they did was shoot their gun a couple times right there. But no, they positioned themselves so well. They had their back towards the zone, and they forced the 2 teams towards each other. The problem was that the team that was playing the high ground dropped down from that spot, allowed TSM to come behind them, put themselves in a sandwich between 2 of the best teams, and made it very difficult. But Rogue just kept everything in front of them, and that's what you need to do in Apex. You need to clear out your back, keep everything in front of you, and push people into one another.
I think that's a good metaphor for life as well there, Tom. And hey, if you want to keep up with all of us doing our thing, having our fun, go ahead and take a look at us at twitch.tv/playapex. Ooh, I love it. And hey, you know what? If you want to follow us too, that's cool. Then you'll be notified when things go live. And then we've also got ourselves a YouTube channel, youtube.com/playapexcompete. Free sub to you as well. And make sure to follow us on Twitter at PlayApex. Use the hashtag ALGS. And if you see yourself featured in our show, well, then you consider yourself 1,000 Apex coins richer. But guess what, Tom? We're getting right back into this gameplay. Enough from us. Let's sip it. And that is why we are going to Fallout and Girl. But first, take a look at this.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are. This is how legends are made. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Welcome, everybody, to game number 2. If you joined us for Europe, well, guess what? We are now live in 2 games into the North American broadcast. Europe was a great one. Americas are going to be potentially even better. Fallout here joined alongside the one and only Girl, one of our best North American streamers and competitive players. It's a pleasure to have you on broadcast, Girl.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Super excited to cast again. Loved casting this morning and super excited to finish casting. It's only game 2 and there is so much to see.
You loved casting this morning and you're excited to finish casting. I mean, you carried the broadcast in the first half of the show. 5 straight games that you casted. Big shout out to you for marathoning the European broadcast. Nothing but love for you and your development as a girl, as a commentator. As we are now jumping into our map schedule for the day. Of course, we saw Rogue take game number 1, World's Edge. Game number 2 will also be on World's Edge, followed by game 3. And then, of course, we have 3 games of King's Canyon as the map fly through is live, which means, well, the dropship is flying across map as we speak. And we're getting ready to jump right into game number 2. Rogue picked up where they left off in our American side of things after a really, really strong top 2 finish in the Autumn Circuit number 1. Well, guess what? We are now live with Autumn Circuit number 2, and they are in first place with 19 points. Girl, I gotta ask you, I know you had a chance to watch a good chunk of that game. What's working so well for this Rogue squad?
Honestly, their teamwork and communication just has been excellent the whole game. Their positioning, they positioned themselves well. They were patient at the end. They waited for the last 2 teams to fight. They could have pushed earlier. They could have poked earlier, but they didn't need to. They just held their ground and ended up making the perfect decisions throughout the whole game to allow them to win.
Yeah, it's a perfect synopsis. I couldn't have said it better myself. Very, very impressive what we're seeing right now from Rogue. But it's really not just Rogue. It's not just the Rogue show. We also have the likes of TSM with Snipe Down in 3rd place. They, of course, got 5 kills, 3rd place. HPS with the most kills of anyone in the lobby. Yes, that's over Sentinels. That's over Rogue. That's over CLG. Some very aggressive teams that we know are so incredibly talented. Complexity, only had 2 kills that game. HPS was really the top slaying squad so far in terms of overall kills. And I've been really, really impressed by this team. We have the likes of Panders, Hill, and co. who really, really popped off. 5 kills for Hill CST.
Yeah, when Tom was talking about it earlier, I was just thinking to myself, what if they had 1 or 2 people stay on that high ground where TSM did end up rotating? What if they stayed there and killed them as they rotated in? Would they have had a better chance to survive, or would Rogue have had the what would you call it, the angle to shoot at them? So I was just wondering, could they have played it differently? We'll have to see once this tournament's over, once Hodsick goes and does those VOD reviews.
Those darn Hodsick VOD reviews, man. Let me tell you. No, I'm just kidding. Big shout out to Hodsick. So much love for Hodsick, our former broadcast mate, who is now a competitive coach, VOD reviewer, and content creator, and still doing some writing on the side for the Apex Legends Global Series broadcast as well. Big shout out to Hodsick. He does it all. Such a great work ethic, such a great leader in our community. But I agree. I think shoulda, woulda, coulda is always, a really hot topic in esports, because you can replay these moments in your brain, much like traditional sports, where you say, if I play this a little bit different or tweak things a little bit right there, what would the difference have been? And I think you're spot on. That definitely could have been the case for a few teams, actually in that last game. So, of course, TSM is a squad we're going to watch out for in this game. Fast rotation already coming through. We know they like to drop fragment. Looks like they're maintaining that same exact TSM strategy on Worlds Edge that we've seen them run. Even with Snipe Down now, they are the kings of fragment.
Absolutely. And here we are with SOB. Double blue and 1 white armor. This team has been together, at least a couple of them, for a little while actually. Onmu and Blitzen, they've been teammates for at least a few months now, so they're comfortable with each other. Onmu, going from a Watson main in the earlier seasons now to a Pathfinder, it's really interesting to see that. And then hopefully they get the games that they want to get today.
Yep. Girl, you clearly are not just learning. You got to scrim against these players when you competed, and you probably still get in some scrim lobbies and get to compete and play with the American players as well as some of the European players. You told me you've been in some European scrim lobbies. But, I also saw your tweet. You're looking at a potential little content series with some pro players where you have a chance to play with them, get to know them, and that's a chance for you to kind of study up on them as a broadcaster. Is this going to happen? I just got to say, I'm a fan of the idea personally.
Yeah, honestly, I've been thinking so. I wanted to wait till after the tournament's over today to contact some of these pro players. I know some of them were interested in the tweets, but to do a little ranked grind session, because I believe that, I'm a decent enough player to play in the high ranked.
Decent enough. Yeah, decent enough. Apex cred,
So I'd like to get some ranked games in with a bunch of different people, get to know a bunch of different people in the community, and to show my community and all the communities like what kind of people they are, not only in the game but also in their daily lives. So it'd be nice to do like a little interview and playing session with some of these pro players on my stream.
Yeah, not only that, but we also, like you said, helps us prepare for the broadcast as well. So, look, if you're down to turn this into a team effort, I personally love casting with you as a duo. My play-by-play meets your color and analysis commentary. We could develop some chemistry with a pro player. I think we'd make a hell of a team. So if you're looking to make this the Fallout and Girl show, or the girl in Fallout show, your name has to come first. I will gladly sign myself up and volunteer as tribute to join these lot. No, I'm just playing. But big shout to girl. I had to give her a little plug. Hopefully that happens. Chat, blow it up in the chat right now with the 1. Let us know your thoughts. 1 means support for this series. If you'd watch it, I got to give girl the plug because she deserves the plug. And at the end of the day, that's what I get most passionate about casting, girl. That's why I stopped competing myself and started commentating, is because I really do enjoy building stories and player storylines, helping build heroes out of stories. Because at the end of the day, there's always been a problem in esports commentary, and we're taking a second here as we see TSM get some long-range shots, but it looks like they're just lightly engaging. As I say that, Smackdown playing as Bloodhound is going to actually engage a little bit further. So and actually the team they're playing against is going to back off here. So I'll just quickly wrap up that thought and saying there's a problem, generally speaking, in some esports titles and with commentary of casters, where it becomes the caster's show and it's all about the caster's personality. And when the casters have more followers than the pro players, that's a problem, because in no other traditional sports league do you see, John Madden or Joe Buck or the like have more followers than the star players in the league, the Russell Wilsons, the Peyton Mannings, the Tom Brady's of the world. What is the NBA without LeBron James and Michael Jordan? Well, it's really nothing. So we got to make these Apex about the pro players. And your idea gives us a good chance to do that. But we, of course, have some action heating up here. Let's jump back into gameplay.
Oh, that was really sweet of you to say. Right before we jump back in, I want to say, you see, you could look these guys up on Twitch or Twitter.
Exactly.
I'm sure they have their social medias. So if there's someone that intrigues you or makes an awesome play, go congratulate them afterwards. So here we are with Aim Assist, trying to push in, Designful going down.
Yeah, and this is a good story. Speaking of a team you might want to be fans of, well, these are 3 controller players, gods, that grinded their way as amateurs all the way to the top. Won a championship last summer circuit and now are looking to win again, but it's pretty bleak right now. Designful, one of the top controller players down, and really you can say that all 3 of these team members, Gentrifying and Resulta as well. Looks like Designful is going to officially go down. Now they're going to have to do the work themselves. The duo, Resulta, takes a lot of damage. That Gibraltar shield, that pass is not going to be enough. Gentrifying, maybe not on the same page. He's just going to kind of leave his teammate to dry right there. He's going to back out and reset, go for the revive on his teammate, but in Result is going to actually leave Resulta down but not out.
And the Energy trying to look for them, but here we are, switched over to CLG in Sorting Factory. Yeah, they were able to put in a lot of damage. I'm referring to Team Aim Assist, but they weren't able to get a trade, so a knock. So that team was able to heal all right back up, so it ended up being a 2v3, and that's unfortunate. From pro players to pro players, not often do you see a super big clutch in a situation like that where a team 2v3s, and then he had to get out.
Let me take a look at that. It looks like Aim Assist is going to be out of this one. That is huge. We're talking about being fans of Aim Assist. Well, guess what? NRG, they got a pretty small fan base. Of course, you all remember Ace and Moore and the likes of the old NRG squad. Well, new NRG is very, very good, as we have NRG, who has won championships before as well, alongside the likes of TSM, the winningest team in competitive Apex. Really has not had a chance to kind of hold that trophy up, that metaphorical virtual trophy now, if you will, in quite some time. TSM dominated the online tournaments. They won 5 or 6 straight championships, which is so hard to do. They were really the dynasty in the Apex Legends Global Series preseason and really for the beginning era of the online tournament seasons as well. But more recently, well, a lot of other teams have caught up to their hype. Teams like Complexity, CLG, the champions of both the last online tournament in the summer circuit as well as the playoffs of the summer circuit, taking home the lion's share of that $250,000 prize pool. So I gotta say, overall, big shout out to CLG. Big shout out to this squad right now, Complexity, Reptar and Monsoon, the team that's been really a duo for quite some time before they picked up iShiny, who looks to maybe have either lagged out or disconnected from this lobby. A unfortunate situation for Complexity, but I know Monsoon is positive. I know Monsoon's the type of leader to not harp on the negatives. He focuses on what he can control, and there's a quote or a prayer actually that says, "God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the wisdom to change of which that I can, and the courage to know the difference." Or actually, I think I switched those words right there. At the end of the day, if you can't control things, you can't complain about them. Monsoon is one of the best in the game at doing that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Shiny's internet has gone out, so that's why they're playing as a duo. But here we are with NRG. Great scout shots, but he's getting shot right back. So Nathan deals 50 damage, takes 50 damage, but Rocker's still going in. He has the wingman, he has the confidence. He gets cracked, and he goes back with 30 health. they probably won't get pushed off of that because they do have the high ground, they do have the angles to stay secure and safe in this area.
That's exactly right. I just mentioned a prayer by the theologian Reinhold Niebuhr. Well, Rocker's living on a prayer right now as he's able to heal back up, stay alive, and what looked a little bit bleak for him, well, the prayer and his prayers were answered as he's able to heal back up and respond. Meanwhile, Reese's Daycare, by the way, favorite team name by Fallout. I will just say that. Listen, I know we're not supposed to be biased or pick favorites, but Reese's Daycare is my favorite team name. I'm just sorry. I'm going to say it. Reese is also one of my favorite pro players. I'm also going to say that. No, I'm just kidding. Big shout out to Reese. Speaking of players to follow on Twitter, congratulate Reese is a great follow on Twitter. He's hilarious. Big shot to Reese. Says Mao, it looks like Monsoon's going to get taken out by Metro. That's complexity that falls to the hands of Reese's Daycare. Yes, I just said that without cracking a smile.
A fun fact about Reese also is he's also known as the man that doesn't miss. He has some really great clips of his Kraber shots on Twitter and has been shown by Twitch. But now with Sentinels, Retzi going down, Senox with the massive, Crust still alive as well, trying to get the re-knock on the other team. He has the Bloodhound scan. He knows where everyone is. Crust is quite far away, but he's working his way up towards them. They have the potential to 2v3, but will they back down or will they push in forward?
Yeah, it's one of the things I love about Apex Legends. You can clutch and you can put your team on your back by making a play because the time to kill is so high and you have opportunities to use your Legends abilities to make some plays like we're trying to see Senox do on Bloodhound right now. Will be enough. His tactical currently on cooldown will be recharging. Looks like the Dome Shield is available for the disposal of Crust. He needs to act fast, think fast, because that Dome Shield could save their lives right now. With a team looming in the distance, the third party is real.
Yeah, there's a team from Southeast, I believe, trying to get some pokes on them. They have the little spot underneath of this rock or hill, as you would say, but oh, they are definitely getting shot, and by the likes of TSM. Reps found an angle. He found an angle to get some shots. Will he be able to secure the kill points he needs to win this tournament?
And this is what TSM does such a good job of. I don't care if they have Sniped on their team, Abrolelli, or the like. They are one of the best teams to rotate early, find the power position, the God spot, if you will. Not that they're necessarily in a God spot right now, but really the best position that they could be in to win the game and do this level of damage, which, by the way, Reps is just leveling up that Evo shield bit by bit, sniped down an Imperial Hal, trying to join alongside Reps as he's doing so much work with the G7 Scout. I love this combo of the G7 and the Wingman for close range. And of course, that Wingman can also do damage long range as well. Meanwhile, Crust going to go down by the hands of Reps. This is the level of damage. This is the positioning that TSM is known for, girl.
And even though they didn't get the down here, getting the thirst is so important because every person that gets out of the game counts because it gives them more of an opportunity to do well throughout the game and not to get third-partied or killed by a little rat later on. So getting those thirsts is everything.
Yeah, it's crucial. You know, otherwise it's so easy to get that revive, especially with the Gibraltar, Dome Shield, boom, that player's back up and alive. And can end up being the person that eliminates you, just like you said, later on. So couldn't agree more with that sentiment. Looks like TSM in a good spot to level up their Evo shields to at least purple. You saw Snipe down just 84 damage away. You saw Imperial Hal just like 150 damage away. Reps already there. They, of course, want to get a fully leveled Evo shield, just like Zera Tricky, currently sitting with 125 overall shield. That's going to offer a significant advantage. Mercy and Mr. Hackalo going to opt for 25 less shield, but as a result, they get fast heal. And by fast heal, I mean double heal. And of course, it's almost like a knee-jerk reaction to say fast heal when you see a gold shield after having played Apex since day one. But, you know, of course, you do have that slight gold shield or gold armor benefit.
Yeah, it's really good for resource management because if you don't have any batteries, having that gold armor is great because you get that half health really fast, and if you're low on cells, also great because you won't need as many cells as a normal team would need to heal up their reds or purple armors. And here we are with 2 brains, 1 controller, and I believe the controller player is not. He is one of the most phenomenal controller players in NA. His movement is insane. If you didn't know he was a controller player, you probably couldn't have guessed, or you probably wouldn't have guessed based off of his movement. It is insane.
Listen, girl, as a controller player, I take offense to that because, you know, we pride ourselves in having some great thumbstick movement on controller, all right? So I'm offended. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Noct, of course, rose to the ranks of ranked and really through the ranks of ranked, made a name for himself. These pro players started being like, who's this Noct kid? He is dominating us. Oh, by the way, he's on controller. And then, of course, got picked up by some pro teams. Tech and Bowser, of course, the latest to pick up the controller god himself in Noct. He almost has a story very similar to Nicewig in terms of his early on trajectory when he got kind of found early on in ranked, and then of course got signed by CLG early on, and the rest is history. You know, for Nicewig, big shout out to Wig. I got nothing but respect for that guy, his positivity. Same with Noko and the rest of that kind of original CLG squad. But in the end, it was iMadness, who I have the utmost respect for as well as the third and final member of that original CLG squad. Meanwhile, Tech on this squad, I want to talk about the team that we're seeing right now, not just Noct, but I got to give Tech some love as well. In my eyes, Tech is one of the best crypto players in the region, if not in the world. He does not get enough respect for his crypto gameplay. He was really one of the first players to popularize it when that crypto Revenant meta became so incredibly popular, you know, just like 3 or 4 months ago. So I really do enjoy watching Tech on crypto. He's been playing alongside crypto for quite some time now, and I think he's one of the better crypto players in the game.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I believe that like Tech is, you know, one of the few players that really enjoys crypto and stuck with crypto with the meta changes, with the team comp changes that everyone's been going through. He's been one of those players that just stuck with crypto. He believes in the abilities of crypto. He believes that crypto makes a big difference to the team, and he can pull it off. He's in the grand finals.
That's exactly right. Crypto has really been a staple in terms of the recon class alongside Pathfinder and Bloodhound. It looks like no time for recon, time for carnage. It looks things are starting to heat up a little bit. I like the 2 brains, 1 controller play. Clearly the 2 brains are working together in terms of their positioning with Watson. That's Bowser, who actually substituted for an Australian team at the preseason invitational back in Krakow, Poland in September, October of last year. So Bowser really kind of made a name for himself by dominating and doing everything he can with an Australian team and substituted that tournament. Meanwhile, it looks like Krabby Patty Formula, also a great team name, going to find himself in an engagement using Flower. Going to get taken out. He's going to be downed, actually, all up to Scissors now. And Yubbin, we'll see if they can survive. Doesn't look like they will be able to just yet. A lot of damage is going to come through. Scissors is going to get knocked as well. Yubbin actually down Zeratricky, so it's a bit of a fight and an engagement. Pretty even. It all comes down to Yubbin. Can he do it? Can he survive? He's going to actually use that beautiful Wraith Q. It's not going to be enough, though, as the third-party pressure is too strong, girl.
It was a third party, and then it was a fourth party. He found a nice little spot, and the attraction was away from him. So he's able to survive for a second, but no more than 1 second. 6 with the scout, taking down Nathan on NRG, and now we are with TSM. They've got a good spot here.
That's exactly right. On board of TSM as it currently stands, we know TSM, with his addition of Snipe down to the squad, so incredibly talented. They now have that 2 keyboard and mouse, 1 controller player formula that they always kind of wanted. You know, Hal experimented a little bit with controller and liked it and started doing a little bit of a hybrid, which the Tabris, actually one of our competitive gaming division members of Apex Legends and EA, said, hey, that's legal. We are actually encouraged, you know, it's not against the rules of this hybrid controller and keyboard and mouse output, which I believe was the case. So I'm excited to see if, you know, if now Snipe Down kind of satisfies that controller need. Meanwhile, speaking of controller players, on board Solifide, who, of course, I believe pride on controller on this squad. We know what he's capable of, as really Solifide was able to burst onto the scene back in the online tournaments, and another team that grinded their way up slowly but surely and did it the right way. But one team that didn't have to grind their way to the top, they started on top. Well, it's TSM. I know it means the world for these 3 players to be repping the TSM banner, Sniped Down for the first time. Well, guess what? We get to listen to the new comms, the new squad. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen-in with TSM.
Contact with target.
Right here. We're safe right here on me. Come to me.
Yeah, I'm going to him.
Oh, okay. I just cracked like 4 people with my nade. Look left. Look all left. I got 1. Look left. On me. I'm gonna go down. I fucked up. They're here. They're weak here. They're so weak. He's finishing me. They're so weak. Just hold.
We
can't cross. I don't have port. They're so fucking weak. Just hold.
It's top 3.
Hostile right here.
And that's a quick listen in, and just the perfect timing as you hear Snipe Down say, I made a mistake. I'm not going to say exactly what he said, but he's like, I made a mistake. I should not have dropped. And that's the problem sometimes. I know Snipe Down has been very vulnerable and honest about it, and I'm the same place. As a controller player, sometimes you get really excited. You get a little bit addicted to that aim assist, perhaps. I'm just exaggerating, but you want to get aggressive. You want to be the playmaker for your team, and knowing when to pull out of those situations and not over-aggress is really the key, not only for controller players, but really any Apex player right there. So interesting quick listen in right there. We wanted to make sure to give you guys a little bit of taste, but guess what? 3 squads remain in this one. TSM only have 2 members. It's the original 2 of Imperial Hal and Reps. And of course we have Loose Moose, and of course we have Solafide to close this one out.
I'm not sure if they got the revive. I'm not sure if they did get the revive on the knock that Snipe Down has made, but yeah, he did make a little mistake. Sometimes you get carried away, you're looking one way, your team's walking another way, and then you realize, oh no, my team's not with me, they're not shooting with me, I'm fighting a team of 3 all by myself. But he did get off such good damage. He hit the second guy for 150. If one of his teammates were with him, that would have been an easy squad wipe, but they weren't, unfortunately. So Hal is going to try and make a portal to the zone, but he does have a team in his back and his front, and this is looking rough.
That's exactly right. I was just asking, is there any way, any world where TSM can get second place here or first place? It's not looking like it. Is Loose Moose, of course, in a good spot, probably in the best position with high ground. They're absolutely melting members of Solafide. Solafide gets the pick on TSM, so they get at least 1 kill point. Imperial Hal is going to get taken out, and just like that, as predicted, Loose Moose is the champion. I never thought I'd say that as a commentator, but Loose Moose does it. Did I just see Mozambique?
You definitely did see Mozambique.
You gotta be kidding me.
A Mozambique is actually a great gun. With hammer points, it shoots fast. It has 4 shots in it. It's actually pretty strong if you hit all your shots. I don't know if it's as good as the Massive, because the Massive in itself is good, cracking armor and killing people, but it's a really decent gun.
Are you defending the Mozambique and even trying to compare the Mozambique to the Mastiff right now, girl? Can you justify yourself?
I am. It's a good gun. It hits for like 45 or higher, so, 2 shots crack someone, 1 shot it finishes them.
Listen, girl, listen. Even if the Mozambique got buffed to be better than the Peacekeeper, it is still the greatest meme in Apex Legends history, and you can't fight that. I'm sorry. So no matter what you try to use in terms of logic, we don't listen to logic around here. We listen to T-Squared and Kate. Let's go ahead and throw it back to the 2 of them at the desk.
Beak. It's the Jar Jar Binks of our Apex weaponry. Certainly something that people enjoy making fun of, enjoy memeing for sure. But again, something else we enjoy, T-Squared, Loose Moose coming in for the hot win. I know this is going to sound silly, but where on earth did they come from?
They just had the Mozambique and won because of it. Once you get the Mozambique, you immediately win. Everybody knows that in Apex. Once you see it on the ground and you land, you should get extremely excited. By far the best gun that we've ever seen. Extremely powerful. Should probably be vaulted. And next thing you know, the Krabers are going to be on the map and Mozambiques are going to be inside the crates. But Loose Moose is a very solid squad. 6, if you're not familiar with him, obviously team with Nicewig and Bowser. Everybody kind of going their separate ways. But 6 has always been somebody that's been a great IGL, takes the game very seriously, and is always down to give constructive criticism. So his teams are going to always continue to improve. It's still a newly formed squad, but congratulations getting their first ALGS win here in the Autumn Circuit.
And I like that, that actually goes back to, obviously, great in-game leading for sure, and the proof is in the pudding, as they say, right? But I will say that one of the things that a lot of our top teams, these fan favorites, these TSMs, these rogues, I feel like there's kind of like, in this lobby, and maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like there's like 2 kinds of teams. Those that have to do incredibly well, and those that just have to not do. Like those people that have like the like they'll make an error, and that's the reason that they don't win, as opposed to a team that really needs everything to go right, and for that winning team to make an error, for them to be all on top. I'm just saying. Just things I'm thinking of in my mind grapes here today, Tom. Just things I'm thinking through.
But when you go and you look at that play that's going on from TSM, that's just not a TSM caliber play. Where's the communication from Hal and Reps that your Snipe Down is by himself? Where's the communication on how much damage Snipe Down is doing to these players? They could have went and cleaned that fight up. If they would have just helped him, I believe that was only 2 players on that team. If not, he already did enough damage for them to open up and initiate that. Yeah, you are going to have to deal with the third party that comes, but there needs to be a conversation of, hey, you're by yourself over there. Fall back. We have a winning spot. Come hold this area over here, Snipe Down. We're good, but they need to talk to one another. It can't just be like, oh, I messed up, and that's how it goes. So still a lot to be learned in terms of how to talk to each other, and I feel like that's something that TSM could work on. Once they do that, they're going to be extremely, extremely difficult to beat.
Oh, yeah, deadly for sure. Let's take a look at those game results to find out just how deadly some of these teams have been here in our second game of our 6-game series for our NA Finals. Loose Moose, God, love the name. I mean, just on brand, guys. Well done. Not to be outdone, of course, TSM. But listen, SOB, 9 kills, Tom. 9 kills.
That's gonna be Scurry Amu Blitzen. And they were wiping up a lot of different squads across there, so they're going to get 14 points overall. Solid for them. Salafide, we saw them towards the final circle right there. But a great job either way by Hal, taking that situation that he was given and taking second place for that one. That's a big deal. Like we said, every point matters here. So the fact that he was able to live as the last guy alive, bounce back and forth for the portals, all the other teams were fighting each other, ends up being Loose Moose coming up with the really easy third party, but an exciting game number 2 for sure.
100%. Let's take a look at our overall leaderboards and see how it is stacked up against the overall score. Because this next leaderboard is really where the rubber meets the road, the cookie crumbles. This is where we're going to be naming who's going to find themselves on top of our tournament today. And of course, TSM and HPS, only 2 points separate them. Loose Moose down there with just 2 points away from the next available team.
You can tell this is going to be close. We're going to go to game number 5, game number 6 with a lot of teams going to be tied here, because at this point, last time we had this online tournament for North America, it was aim assist doubling what TSM already has, and then Rogue was sitting over there with about 12 points. So anything could happen, but we are looking at an extremely tight race right now.
Absolutely, and that is one of the many reasons we love Apex Legends. I can tell you that right now. And I will say that Tom, I'm just curious real quick, why do we usually see such a difference? I know there's a lot of roster shuffles and there's a lot of differences there. I'm curious, what are your thoughts on why it is that a team like Rogue will come back and be amazing one week and potentially not as amazing the next week? I mean, that delta, you just mentioned aim assist, they're down towards the bottom of our leaderboard. What are your thoughts on how that chasm happens?
Again, it has to do with what Drop was saying in his interview earlier, where it could be zone pulls, it could be random things happening, but that's why you have to have a big game at any given point in time, and it has to happen around that halfway mark, right? We're going into game number 3 here, game number 4. People really start looking at the math, and that leaderboard starts to hold so much more water going into game number 5, and especially in game number 6, that you really just got to try to pull out a win on one of these first 4 games. If you're able to do that, put yourself in the position to at least be in striking distance, that's all you can ask for, and that's just not in esports, that's not just in Apex. Like you said, that's in life itself, especially in general sports. You just want to put yourself in position to win.
Yep, set yourself up for success. Well, let's take a look at how that success played out here for Loose Moose for that final moment. Tom, bring me through. Tell me how it works.
Yeah, so the good thing for Loose Moose here is that they're furthest away from the teams. So you have TSM that's in the middle of the 2 teams, and then you're going to have a great opportunity here with the scout to push teams away from each other and away from you and into each other. And that's exactly what Six is doing. He's playing the edge right here. All of the action is happening in front of him. TSM and Solafida are distracted from one another, just bouncing back and forth and communicating as they go and work on finding their final kill. Again, how many times do you see this where the team that wins typically has all 3 members and they're coming in healthy, watching the action unfold? It's called getting the God spot. It's called playing the scenario, and you have to do it the right way at the end of this game or you're going to get punished.
Absolutely, and I will say that in many ways that team's a lot like us, rooting on, looking and seeing what everything is unfolding in front of them, only to come in and be that third-party drama that, wins everything. Let's talk about tweets. We've got some tweets from you, and we'd like to say thank you so much for tweeting to us, tweeting at us, tweeting about us, tweeting around us. It's fine. At us. That's the one. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, let's take a look at what you're saying. Christian Booknotes coming in hot with the family, watching us right now. Out of town. Oh, wow. Okay. Look they are diehard Sola Fide fans. I will say, Christian Booknotes, every single tournament. And look at this, Tom. He doesn't even have to be there for his family to get in on this action.
Not at all, but you can tell that kid in the front one of these days is going to have a mean mustache just like his dad.
You know what? Those are goals. Those are goals for sure. Well done, Christian Booknotes. Thank you so much once again for being a part of this show. You get 1,000 Apex coins right to you. I mean, he's really just like racking them up here. I kind of love it. Oh, come on. We've been talking a lot about controller players versus mouse and keyboard. This could be the most adorable one. American Online Tourney, Oklahoma. Oh, look at this. What a cutie. Was that you when you were younger, Tom?
I was an Xbox controller player, but no, I'm just they didn't have PlayStation Xbox when I was born, Kate. I was back in like the Atari days.
Tom, yes, I feel you. Oregon Trail, what up? At any rate, I will say that the game is definitely starting soon, so we want to get back into that gameplay over to our casters. But first, if you'd like to follow us, twitch.tv/playapex. If you'd like to sub to us, youtube.com/playapexcompete. We'd love to hear from you. If you go ahead and follow us at PlayApex, use that hashtag ALGS. And if you see yourself on our screens, well, you're going to be 1,000 Apex coins richer just like those two. That is the way we do stuff here. So I will go ahead and say that, Tom, we've had some great social interactions. We've had some great tweets come at us. And we always like to see where you're watching, who you're watching with, how you're watching. Double plus bonus if there are cute things, aka animals, or sometimes some incredible community spotlight art. It's awesome.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Keep those tweets coming in, and let's get ready because we're going to game number 3, which is the halfway point here in online tournament number 2 in our autumn circuit.
Absolutely, we are definitely getting in there at some point here. For just a second, we're gonna give ourselves just a couple more seconds. Oh, just kidding. Thank you, Tom. Absolutely right. You know what? We are going to go ahead and toss it over to our casters right now. Take it away.
Amazing stuff. Thank you very much. It is time for our final game of World's Edge, but don't worry, we've got 3 more games coming up. And joining me in the booth is the man himself, the historian of Apex Legends, as I've now named you. It is, of course, Fallout. What a couple of games we've already had. I genuinely, every single time we get into every single match, every single tournament, I swear the level of gameplay just keeps getting better, John. It's phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, and I'll take the historian nickname. I like that one. If I'm the historian, you're the wonderful voice and the hype man of Apex Legends. But I couldn't agree more. We always joke about it, but it literally feels like every tournament gets better and better each tournament, dating back to the Apex Legends preseason invitational, which I know I reference often, but that was such an epic tournament. The 11-game series and the new format by John Nelson, the commissioner, of course, Ghostiyami, Shaheen, and team. And since then, we thought we wouldn't be able to top that. It's gotten better. And our grand finals was even crazier in our summer circuit playoffs. The way that Europe finished, the way that North America finished, it just gets crazier and crazier each tournament. It almost feels like you couldn't write a better story, let alone the fact that we get such amazing Apex Legends month in and month out with the summer and autumn circuit.
Well, there's plenty more to come, and it's going to start right here in our 3rd game of the finals. You can see where the ship is going from north to south, splitting the map in half. I'm going to start off by watching the team drop in actually pretty much in the center of the map, just outside of Train Yard, just scooping up a couple of those pills to get themselves going. But, I mean, looking at the leaderboard so far, and we have access to some amazing stats as well, John, one thing that's really jumping out to me is the damage dealt. I love seeing what teams are getting involved with fights, what teams are laying down those shots across map. TSM at the moment over 5k damage, which is incredibly impressive, but they're second at the moment to HPS. Of course, one of those teams are involved in that final scuffle in our game number 1, but they've put up over 6k, over 500 more damage points in those first 2 games than anyone else in the lobby.
Yeah, actually insane how incredibly talented TSM is in terms of overall, kills, damage that's been done, in terms of the amount of damage that's been done overall. And they're currently leading in, HPS is leading in the damage category over TSM. TSM, of course, has the overall point total. Again, thanks to consistency. And even though HPS has 4 more kills, has done more damage, like you pointed out, TSM's been having a better consistent placement, and that's what's making the difference. That's really been the recipe to success that TSM has used since the very beginning of time of their, really dynasty that they led in Apex Legends for such a long time. Make it to late game, survive, consistently place top 3, top 4, and you will guarantee yourself a top 2, top 3 finish overall.
That's what they're looking at the moment. It would be a phenomenal start for them as a new roster. We have to remember this is only their second tournament together. It does take a bit of time to gel, to get things right, even with the talent that they do have, of course, with the pickup of Snipedown. But we're going to be jumping over to the trials now. Some pretty basic things going down. I'm yet to see the Prowlers come out on top in one of these fights against one of these pro teams. John, do you think that's ever going to change?
You know, one day Onset. You know, listen, the Prowlers are going to evolve. I believe in Darwinism, and I believe in the evolution of all creatures. And really, I think the Prowlers will finally learn what they need to do to find success. And, you know, AKA, if there's any Apex game designer or level designer that's watching, please buff the Prowlers so I look smart on the next broadcast, and we can do a little bit of a lesson in science and evolution. But no, I don't. Jokes aside, I don't think the Prowlers will ever win this fight. I think the team that drops over in the trials is honestly one of the smartest teams in the map, because I talked about this in the EU broadcast, and as Kick Esports, who ended up placing very well overall, we're dropping there on World's Edge, and especially if you drop 2 in trials, get that for free to fight the Prowlers, and then drop 1 in Skyhook to loot the southeastern side. I'm trying to do my quick compass here. You really have the best loot in the game at that point, and I think it's a very, very good power spot and power position that not many teams take advantage of as much as they should.
Yeah, certainly get that amazing loot drop. The rotation's maybe a little bit tougher than some of the other areas on the map, but as you say, it's kind of a trade-off. You do get, as you say, that guaranteed loot, which is really going to put you into a great position. So if you are one of those teams that likes playing Edge, it's a perfect drop spot for you. But Urace's Daycare inside of Geyser here, and I just wanted to point out, it was TSM making an aggressive play in towards Geyser at the start of this game. And from that first circle, we don't have a Pathfinder beacon to judge this off, of course, so they might have just been making an attempt at a quick rotation. But TSM, a little bit un-TSM-like in the past here, getting aggressive early game, as we also see Urice landing some beautiful shots on this team inside of the building here.
That's exactly right. Wonderful flank coming through. A little bit of engagement, a one-on-one, if you will. Make it a 2-on-1, as it looks like TSM, who I just touted as one of the most consistently placing teams, is out of this one. And I love what they're doing right now. It's actually be Metro getting the revive on Serial, and Urice is just basically scouting, making sure there's not a third party that's going to come through. He clears the third party, and boom, back to looting. That is massive right there in terms of what we just saw. And really, at the end of the day, we tout Snipedown often because, you know, how could you not? Hands down, one of the best stories and best overall players in terms of all of esports. If you don't know Snipedown's background, I highly recommend you just look up Snipedown Halo on YouTube, on YouTube or Google or Bing or your favorite search engine of choice. Onset gets that joke. And I highly recommend you just understand Snipedown's background. He is one of the best Halo players of all time, from Halo 3, 4, you name it. Every single Halo title, he competed at top level. Well, he transitioned over to Apex and grinded his way to the top in Apex as well. Is now a top streamer. You know, again, if you don't know Snipedown, definitely look him up. Maybe you're new to the stream or new to the broadcast. But what Urice did right there was Snipedown-like. He outflanked one of the flank kings, and that's something that Snipedown is so good at in Apex Legends, because he brings that knowledge from other titles to know how to flank, how to out-rotate, how to outsmart people. Urice just did the same thing. He had a wide-open shot, was able to do about 250 damage in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and Snipedown won't forget that. Trust me. Yeah. When it comes to the opportunity to fight that team again, he will make sure that he's on the lookout for Urice. But Urice, the amount of damage he did in that early fight, absolutely huge. And that early elimination of TSM completely blows open the tournament standings here. So that's going to be some information that's going to be picked up by every single team, every single player that was keeping their eyes on that kill feed. Seeing the leading team taken down early means that all those points that they could have gobbled up to extend a lead are available to the rest of the lobby. And Aim Assist, who haven't had the greatest of starts here, would have seen that as well and thought, if we can string together a good game here, we set ourselves up for a run as we move over to Kings Canyon.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think Aim Assist, in terms of where they're currently at in the overall standings, well, they got some work to do. You know, I just going to quickly refresh the Liquipedia standings and use this as a little bit of a plug. Not shameless at all, because Liquipedia is awesome. If you don't use the Liquipedia Apex Legends website as a resource as you're watching this broadcast, you are not a super fan, period. And I know that's a bold statement, but trust me, Onset, myself, all the casters, and I know all the competitive players, and of course the community, we live on Liquipedia for Apex Legends for all information. So make sure to check it out. But as I was refreshing that page, Aim Assist currently is in 18th place in the overall standings. That's how you can kind of see some up-to-date standings, of course, in addition to the cards that we show during the analyst segment with T-Squared and Kate.
Yeah, just to let you all know as well that Complexity, unfortunately, have lost a player due to internet issues. So, yeah, if you're in the ISP for Complexity, the player that isn't on here at the moment, I believe it's Shiny,
Shiny.
then I want to have a word with you. I want to have a frank and honest discussion about why you are ruining my day. But Complexity is still going to have a lot of fun with it. I'm sure that they're still going to be in contention towards some end games. And I just noticed that Monsoon was on the Bloodhound. So I know they're having fun. And I'm sure we can line up a Complexity listening at some point because it's tradition now, isn't it, to have a Complexity listening. We love the vibes, we love the banter, we love it all with Complexity.
Yeah, for the laughs, you know, for the lulls, we got to listen to the complexity as well as the intensity. And I know he isn't Monsoon, actually reposted a clip of one of our commentary throws to a listen in, and then they're listening on Twitter, and it was one of the most epic listens I've had a chance to be a part of. So I couldn't agree more with that. And, you know, on set, I agree you should have a word with maybe the service rep of Shiny's internet service, but just a heads up, I know you don't really get this reference. If it's Comcast, good luck, brother, because it's the worst customer service in the history of the world. I'm not sure what my man Shiny's using up in Seattle, but I do know Seattle was facing some windstorms. I have some friends that live in Seattle, and there were some knockdown cell towers, so I'm sure there's some craziness going on in Seattle right now. We just hope that Shiny's staying safe and doing okay.
Fight.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I gotta completely agree with that. Great shots. A little shaky for a second, but good job overall by NRG wiping out the second full squad here. So we know it's TSM plus one more. 18 squads remain in this one. NRG, fan favorite, undoubtedly, already almost fully leveled up Evo shields as they are now 200 damage away from being fully kitted, and that's exactly what they want, whether that was through loot or the good old-fashioned way. We know that they're putting in a lot of damage, and speaking of damage, I got to take this moment as a chance to give a lot of credit and kudos to Panders of HPS, currently leading in the category coming into this game of total damage with 2.8k of damage in 2 games in the pro lobby of one of the best regions in Apex, which is insane. The next player behind him was Vayne, who has 1,600 damage, 1,200 less than the leader in Panders. So big shout out to Panders in terms of his pure slaying capabilities right now as the best slayer of this lobby, the Apex Predator.
I'm sure we'll be keeping our eyes on him, and I'm sure he's going to be lighting up that kill feed a few more times as we work our way through these games in our grand final. But interesting to see on that map overhead as well. You can see a lot of teams set up in Geyser at the moment, and TSM obviously taken down early, known for their early rotations, moving in towards Geyser. So it looks like a lot of the experienced teams maybe think, even though not a lot of that circle is inside of Geyser comparatively, that they know where that pool is going to be going. As Complexity playing this one as a two-man, playing a little bit passive, sneaky, doing what they can do as a two-man. But on the wrong side of where they want to be, I would imagine. But probably looking to rack up some kill points along the way.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They are playing the sneaky and cautious, and that's what you have to do. You know, you unfortunately can't play the Complexity way, which if you've watched, you know, competitive Apex for some time, you know that Complexity is hands down the most aggressive in-your-face team. The first team to really popularize the Bloodhound composition and meta when Bloodhound became, and you know that Complexity is hands down the most aggressive in-your-face team. The first team to really popularize the Bloodhound composition and meta when Bloodhound became even somewhat viable about 4 months ago. And of course, Complexity since then has dominated with a championship, with consistent placements, with very high kill games, and with some pretty good clips in the listen-ins overall on site.
Oh yeah, listen-ins are what we love Complexity for. Do you know what, John? I'm calling for it. I want a Complexity listen-in right now, the two-man. Let's hear what you got to say.
But fuck it, I'm going for it. Nope.
Get him.
Nope.
Is he coming?
Nope. I needed 2% more in my portal, and I would have gotten it. I didn't have enough in my portal. I didn't have enough in my portal, Mon. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, I knew I didn't have enough the second I got in the building too. Feels bad. Bro, why am I lagging? Oh, probably because I started my stream.
Yeah, I just dipped down to 1 or 9.
Yeah. I'm at 100 right now.
Good luck. Dude, 5 enemy units spotted.
5 enemy units? Oh my god, do you see the zone, Mon? Oh my god, look at the zone! Oh my god!
Oh my god, John. Look at the zone.
Look at the zone.
Monsoon's loving life.
Oh my god. I love how Monsoon just continued to stare at the portal and just like hope that someone was going to go through it, even though he knew it wasn't going to happen.
He knew it wasn't going to happen.
He knew
it was a listening.
I'm telling you, man.
He's not
one
coming.
time
He's
I
not
had
coming.
a feeling. One time I had a feeling that there was. I just had an inkling, and I think Monsoon and I are psychopathic brothers, kindred spirits, because he shares this talent that I have, where I just somehow know that there's a listening going on, and I said some weird, funny stuff on stream to make people laugh, and it worked. And Monsoon does the same thing, I'm convinced. He just has an inkling and a feeling when we do these listen-ins, and that's why he memes as much as he does. Or he literally just memes all the time. One of the two. I don't know.
Oh, Complexity having fun, as you would expect, but now it's serious business because 17 squads remain, and you can see where that zone pulled. So a lot of those teams who were set up in Geyser, like I was talking about earlier, are going to be kind of caught off guard, but CLG might have a rotation out of it here through this choke, but you can see ahead of them, though, there is a crypto drone, so they're going to be spotted out. So they're in a kind of between a rock and a hard place, or a rock and a choke.
Yeah,
as that team is up
two
there
chokes.
at the moment. Yeah, between two chokes, it's not looking good for them.
Between two chokes and a hard place, that's what we'll end up with. But you're spot on. I mean, it's really pick your poison at this point. That's what's so interesting about World's Edge as a map compared to Kings Canyon is it's very choke heavy. There are some big choke points in Kings Canyon. When we say chokes, we mean choke points on the map, or very, very narrow corridors or areas that you have to kind of get through that can be used as a choke point or a bottleneck, if you will. Kings Canyon has a little bit of that, obviously towards the very center of the map in the canyons and the ridge, but it doesn't have as many very distinct choke points like World's Edge has. And right now, CLG is facing the brunt of that. They're going to have a decision to make. Really pick your poison, tell of two tales. How will they play it? We will find out momentarily because there's one team, it's PHM, that I believe is nearby, getting some good shots and has a chance to impact this fight. Meanwhile, CLG taking the fight.
Yeah, CLG trying to get aggressive, and they're kind of forced to. They want to take it early before that ring moves in, but there's a Pathfinder flying at them with a Mastiff. However, he's going to be met with a Mastiff of Vaxlon. He's going to put him on his back. And although one CLG player was taken down, Madness is still alive. He has a PK, looking for that armor swap as well, but it looks like there's multiple enemy units, as Monsoon would call them, in front of him. So at the moment, it looks like Monsoon is just essentially forming a little Madness-shaped person here. And if he can combine, then that might be a nice place to be. But unfortunately, Madness will be taken down in that situation. And unfortunately for CLG, they will be taken out of this game.
And who are they taken out by, Onset? I have to hear you say this with your accent.
I said it in game one. You like that, mate?
I just had to hear you say it again. I'm sorry. As it looks like you like that, mate, as I butcher it with my horrible, ugly, Midwest, nasally American accent, gets the elimination. Meanwhile, NRG getting tagged up. Frex says, goodbye, mate. I just tried really hard. It didn't work really well. And NRG gets taken out as well. CLG, NRG, battle of the acronyms. Well, they're all dead, as it looks like both NRG and CLG are out of this one. Solafide gets taken out. I saw Clarify and Pride getting eliminated, as well as Krabby Patty Formula are some way, somehow trying to survive. SOB, one of the 14 squads remaining. Looks like they're going to find themselves in an engagement here. Onset, good first shot. 70 damage done, but it's not enough.
Yeah, the movement from the Pathfinder, pretty impressive using that pole. However, teammates going to come in, finish things off here for SOB, and it'll be Blitzin who will be reviving Scurry here to get him back in the game. The problem is there's a third party coming in, and I believe there's an Arcstar right underneath them as well. It does big damage. Another nade's going to be coming in, and Blitzin, well, I don't think you're much longer for this world, unfortunately. He's trying to find a little rat spot here to maybe survive. Such a classic rat spot here, but that team is going to be holding him out in about a minute's time as well. If he wasn't taken out before, the ring was closing, but he will be taken down. So we jump back over to Krabby Patty for MU.
I wonder what the full team name is. If anyone watches a certain show called SpongeBob SquarePants, you may or may not know, as the Krabby Patty formula is currently, obviously it's the world's biggest secret. Second, they're trying to unlock the world's biggest secret in the Krabby Patty formula to get a victory here. We'll see if they can do exactly that. And really, that rat spot was so classic on set that everyone knew exactly where that last member of SOB was. Which, what do you think SOB stands for, by the way?
Nearly. Anyway, Krabby Patty formula, or Form MMA as I've decided they're now called, making that portal down. Yubin trying to get inside of this little bit of shelter of building, or maybe looking to take the roof here, which they have managed to do. And on this roof, they are inside of the circle. Pretty open to any teams who might be poking from height in front of them, but safe for that next zone. We're down to 11 squads now. Rogue inside one of those buildings as well. And of course, Rogue were the winners of our game number 1 here on World's Edge. So they're in a great position to potentially put up another win on the board.
Yeah, and I gotta give a shout out to my man Birdie in the chat, one of the most active contributors in the chat, always giving some good analysis, insights. He's basically like us, joins us on the analyst desk from the chat. So big shout out to Birdie, but he said, you know what, Fallout? I joined in the chat to say hi in the middle of games there, and he said, I think Rogue is gonna win this one. Well, Birdie, here's your shot. Here, if Rogue wins this game, I will give up my spot on the casting desk to you. No, I'm just kidding. I won't do that. I will shave my eyebrow. I'm just kidding. I won't do that either.
Dude, you can't make these promises and go back on yourself. I'm good with you shaving your eyebrows, and that's what's going to happen if Rogue take this now. We'll sort that one out, jump for you, no problem whatsoever. We've got it on film, we've got it on tape, and we've got a 116 coming in from Sweet as well as he fires through the bars of the window.
That's exactly right. Some good damage. I said psych, so it doesn't count, but that's some good damage. And guess what? Complexity's still alive as well. There's the Wraith portal. I think that was actually a Q that came through, I believe, is what I saw right there. I blinked for a second. So we'll see if Complexity, Reptar, and Monsoon can stay alive. They, as you heard them in the very end of our listening, they are being blessed by the Apex gods, and they realize it. And I talked about it last game. I was like, Monsoon's not the type to complain or vent or be mad that they're playing 2v3 or 2v3, v3, v3, v3. They are the ones that are going to make the most of it. And that's exactly what they're doing. I love their comms. I love their approach. They're having fun with it, but at the same time, they're being a little bit blessed right now by the Apex gods in terms of the ring location. And honestly, Complexity has a chance to get a top 3 finish here.
Yeah, I mean, the way that Monsoon reacted when they saw that ring pull was like, you know, a kid getting an N64 for Christmas. But he's in a pretty good position, you know, as a Complexity right now to put up some serious points on the board. Their building is in that next circle, and there's only one other building which is in, so they're going to have to maybe hold off a push if someone does realize it's a 2-man, but they certainly are in a position to maybe secure a top 3 spot here. Team PHM, as I put my teeth back in, just on the outside of where that circle is going to be moving in 20 seconds, so they're going to have to shift themselves towards that circle.
Yeah, you can keep your teeth in your mouth. More importantly, please just be a little more demographic focused. Clearly, many players in our demographic are younger and did not have an N64 for Christmas. They got Xbox 360s for Christmas. We're currently on board with Reptar. He's getting tagged up quite a bit, quite significantly from behind. He's going to go down, so all eyes on Monsoon. He's fighting an army of players, and it's unfortunately not looking too good for Mon. He's doing everything he possibly can. Beast of the Hunt activated. He's door blocking as it currently stands and needs to live by some prayer that no one comes from behind him on the opposite door. Can he survive long enough? Well, he doesn't even care. He's going to say, hey, everybody, I'm here. He scans and finds 5 more enemy units, in his words.
You've been taking a zip line across as well to the roof of that building, which is inside. They managed to get the Watson interception pylon down as well, and they hit some nice shots. And now we're down to 8 squads now. Another team trying to rotate in, playing that fence. Rambo hitting some nice shots with the Vault as well, but doesn't have a huge amount of ammo to work with here. Just 28 bullets left in the clip for him with that Vault, so they've got to be a little bit smart about that ammo conservation towards this end game.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I love what they're doing right now, and I always talk about it. High ground wins championships, much like defense wins championships. Rambo and the God-sent squad that has been here before, they've won games. They have not necessarily won an overall tournament, I don't believe, yet. Will this be the first? We know Kubsky and what he's capable of. Odd Freestyle and Rambo, certainly no slouches or strangers to this scene. They're in the best position in the game. They're going to continue to secure that fence perimeter on top of high ground, so no one can just sneak up there and flank them, which is very, very wise, as of course teams are trying to shoot that from cross map. Monsoon, some way, somehow, still alive, not for long. He gets taken down. We're down to 6 teams.
Yeah, 6 teams left, and they need to be careful of any upwards grenades, skynades being thrown up on that roof, because that Watson Gen was taken down for Godsent, so they are very open to being grenaded in that position. Even though they've got the fences back up to stop teams climbing up, you can't stop a grenade from falling out of the clouds. Team PHM again in towards this end game, John, and they have been so impressive so far in our first 2 games, as have Rogue, and there are those skynades. They're looking to get aggressive on this team, which is on top of the roof.
Yeah, so here we go. Looks like Birdie's prediction still alive. Rogue in this one. Team PHM also alive and well. Petty Boss, we know, is no stranger to victories in Apex matches. We know what Petty Boss is able to do in the summer circuit as a dominant player. Now, of course, playing with Moose and helping. We'll see how they decide to play this from the outskirts. They're going to rotate their way in. Good shots being put in so far. They're all the way leveled up in terms of their Evo shields. I think that's going to be the case for quite a few teams here. Here comes the push. Helping needs to heal back up, and he was the one player on the team that does have a gold shield, so he'll heal 2 times as fast. Moose, nice first crack. That's a good start for PHM.
Yeah, PHM are in a great position as well, because all this fighting is going to be going down above them. Nobody is going to be in position to get shots onto them. HPS, though, actually going to have one player forward. Now we're down to 3 squads as Payboss takes down the final route of one of the teams still involved in our final battle. Rogue, though, kings of the castle, sat up on top of this building. A great position to maybe put another win on the board.
And I wonder, is that this the same building that we saw actually the other team in control of? It was Godsent, right? So I believe Rogue was able to kind of alpha mail that top of that building, unless I'm misunderstanding where things have ended up here in what we call Respawn Village. Or as it now looks like Saucer's getting a good first shot, and Panders, the damage leader in the lobby. We hyped them up earlier. Let's see if Saucer and Panders can do it, because they need to as a duo right now, with their teammate Hill being currently down but not out.
So just a moment of silence here while we wait for the final battle to go down. Everyone is safe for now, but in around a minute's time, they're going to have to make that move. So it's a 3v2v2, I believe, as they're actually going to try and stick the res there around the other side. They won't be able to do so as the player will be taken down, but a big, massive shot hitting for 42 is just going to stop Rogue from initiating that push themselves.
And that is very wise from Rogue to recognize and listen to the audio cue of the revive and not let pressure up to ensure they can get that pick and ensure they have a 3v2v2. Now Rogue, all they have to do, maintain high ground, take your numbers and trade shots. If they can successfully do that while not allowing a third team to third party, they will win this game. And actually, look at this. Sweet is down as well.
Sweet's been taken out.
A clean 2v2v2 with Rogue currently in high ground.
Yeah, so a real change of the storyline here, and like you mentioned, a 2v2v2, so might be an opportunity for a big 1v1 at the end of our game number 3 here, but you can see that they've got the drop on where that zone is going to be moving, so I still fancy Rogue with the fact that they've got that high ground, but that team underneath them is going to be such a pain to play with. They need to take out that crypto drone as well, just to stop that EMP going off, but look at this. Lou has given them an out here with that zipline into the distance, and now he's trying to land some shots on these players rotating in.
Great shots being put in. That zipline play is going to come through. They have 3 bounces, and then they pounce. Lou drops on them like a monsoon himself. Going to get some good shots in. Rogue looking good. Rogue looking great. And just like that, Rogue is your champion. What a performance. What a great execution. And just like that, they're going to do it. Rogue wins our game on World's Edge, game number 3, and no onset. I will not shave my eyebrows.
Lou is insane. He got the armor swap inside that final circle, gets the final kills. I've thrown my pen over my shoulder by accident, but what a play that was to drop on. And I mean, the shots with the Mastiff from Lou were so clean towards the end of that game. Rogue played it perfectly. You couldn't have asked for them to play that any differently to have the success that they had. It was phenomenal zipline play, but the shots from Lou and the armor swap right at the end just to guarantee things, perfection again from them.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And so often we used to see, of course, before the patch came in, you only have 3 hops, 3 jumps on the zip line. It was really a kind of a boring fight to watch. You would just sit above and watch everyone else fight and then get the easiest win of your life. Well, they got forced to have to fight that, and he was forced to actually play with aggression with a little bit of a ground pound right there. And in the end, Lou with the great play, Rogue with the great play, and of course, Sweet watched it all in the distance, but Rogue dominated that one. Shot to my man Birdie for the prediction.
Yeah, amazing stuff from Rogue. Their second win of the day. That will do it for World's Edge. So we'll throw it back over to Kate and Tom. I mean, Kings Canyon's just around the corner. I'm excited for that. Back to you.
Fellas, and a huge thank you for casting with such gusto, such drama. It's actually making things so much fun to watch. Tom, I mean, if you want to talk about an incredible storyline, an incredible team, Rogue just dominated.
Yeah, they really did, and it was such a fun situation to watch where it was a 2v2v2. You don't necessarily ever get that. It's kind of when you're watching hockey and you're watching power play hockey and it ends up being a 4-on-4 or a 3-on-3. Really opens up the whole map, opens up the ice, as they say, so you can go and make some weird unorthodox plays. Nothing too unorthodox here though. Lou with the textbook zip line that he uses, bounces on it twice, doesn't even need to hit that third bounce, drops down, and as Fallout was saying, hits him with a little bit of a ground pound on there. Nice armor swap, switched it on over to his automatic gun, made it look super easy. But again, 2v2v2 is a very fun situation to be in, but there's a couple of things that were surprising to me, like the circle pulling on over to where it did. A lot of teams were expecting Geyser, and it didn't pull that way. It ends up pulling up over towards No Name.
Interesting. Well, and that is that's the X factor so many times, right? You know, you can loot, you can have your weapons, you can have your entire full team. You know, unfortunately, of course, iShiny disconnect again. So you know, you can have everything right, and yet that is the eternal equalizer, right? The zones and those rotations. Let's take a look at how the equalization has come about for our results here on Game 3. And of course, as you mentioned, we're moving over maps here just shortly. Really trying to change things up, but let's see how things have panned out here for game numero 3. And of course, oh, wow, you know what? I'm telling you, Tom, this is the second time we've seen HPS in the second spot with just as many kills, if not more than the first spot. Man, you want to talk about consistency? HPS is really putting up some scary numbers.
Really deja vu in the first game. We saw TSM instead of FHM coming in there, and we saw Rogue and HPS coming through with a fantastic game again here. So you got to look at them at the overall standings. Meanwhile, TSM falling early. They predicted Geyser. That's why I wanted to mention that. They got taken out by Euris. That shot through the window, that flank through the window, as the guys were discussing, was so nicely done. And you look at HPS, there they are, sitting at the top of the standings. Crazy turn of events here as TSM was in first over there after the last game. But now it's HPS and Rogue, followed by TSM. Loose Moose, one of our game winners there. But don't count out NRG, Godsent. You have SOB, still a handful of teams that can do it. But really unfortunate day for Complexity and the lag out internet connection problems that they're having. Meanwhile, Aim Assist really hope that they could bounce back here on Kings Canyon and see what they have in store for us.
You're absolutely right, and you know, it's always going to be, whenever you bring out these overall standings, you know, it's the math just pans out in such an interesting way. And believe me, I don't like math. I'm not good at math. I've never enjoyed it. But you know what? When you bring it into the esports world, all of a sudden it becomes dramatic and magical, and I'm here for it completely. Let's take a look at that final moment and find out exactly how it is that Rogue, well, you know what? Mostly it's not finding out. Mostly it's just watching Lou and him do what he does best. Tom, bring us through.
Yeah, so again, it's all about this high ground, and high ground at the end of the games is so pivotal. But keep in mind how he's able to look down and get a couple of shots on the players, because he's more central zone, and these players have to move with the zone immediately. So he gets a couple nice bursts right there, which is going to open up about 100 damage. So 1-2 bounces on the zip line, drops down and pops off. Easy cleanup there with the armor swap, and just phenomenal positioning there, doing it with only 2 players. You don't know what you're going into at the end of that zone. You don't know if you're dealing with Gibraltars, defensive bombardments. You don't know if you're dealing with a 3-man group or a rat. So they just had to play it as smart as possible. They go and get the knowledge from the high ground, drop down, hit their shots in the end of the zone, and they've won 2 out of 3 games.
I mean, they're working hard, and it shows. Well, let's take a look. We've actually, again, one of the many things we get to do on this show is we get to showcase you, our community, our viewers, whether it's through our tweets or our community spotlights. And this one is for all of you sneakerheads out there. I'm pretty sure that's this one. Take a look at this community spotlight.
My name's Chris Lee. I go by ClegFX. When I first saw the game and the characters, I just thought about, hey, what if I decided to take the aesthetics of the characters and put them on sneakers? I started out actually as like a music video director in like the hip hop industry, and before that, designing like album artwork covers. So all that combined with doing independent movies, music videos, where I had to learn my own visual effects, I took that whole skill set and with my love for video games, applied it to skin making. One thing that was cool with Apex is when I designed my first sneaker, it went super viral within the Apex Legends community, and that was such a great feeling that I enjoyed very much. With my sneaker designs, I don't like to just randomly slap colors on. Every piece has to fit exactly where it's supposed to go. Octane's probably my favorite, like for sure. I live and breathe this, man, every day. The reason why I like that design so much is, at first glance, any Apex Legends fan, when they look at it, they instantly know it's Octane, like compared to all my other sneaker designs. Sometimes I would find something that's very similar to what Octane has already, but more detailed. I'll draw from that and apply it to the sneaker design. Because he's fast, I had to lean towards a sneaker that looked like speed. And say if it was Gibraltar, he's more stocky, right? So when I did that design, I had to lean towards an Air Jordan 1. I felt like my sneakers wouldn't look like how they are today if I didn't pursue a career in filmmaking, if I didn't pursue a career in like designing album covers. My name is ClegFX. You can follow me on my social media. at ClegFX, CLEGFX on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. And you can follow us on Artifact Studios on Instagram or Artifact on TikTok.
Artifact Studios and ClegFX. Oh my gosh, Tom. Though it's
hot
really
fire, Kate.
Hot fire.
That's what all the kiddos say, right? Hot fire.
I've heard that. I've heard that. I was gonna say it's really too bad that we only see the top half of us here, because then I could totally justify like asking for a pair of shoes. But we'll see what we can do. See if I can get myself some of those kicks, as the kids call it. Kicks. No. Anyway,
Yeah,
that's
kicks.
fine. They're kicks. At any rate, that was incredible. Tom, I don't have to tell you, we've got some amazing community. We see it in our community spotlights, and we see it somewhere else. Is it called tweets?
Yeah, yeah. Speaking of feet, let's talk about tweets.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why he gets paid the big bucks. Let's take a look at what you're saying on Twitter. Oh, we have a theme, Tom. Caught someone up past his bedtime watching Apex. And you know what? He does sort of look like he got his hand stuck in the cookie jar.
He does, huh? Hey, nothing wrong with learning those early circle rotations at a young age, coming through and getting the information on how to play Pathfinder like Lou, drop down, double, triple jump on the zip line at the end of the zone. You're never too young to learn.
Start them early, Tom. Start them early. Thank you so much. That's awesome. We got another tweet coming at you here. Thank you, Dr. Drum there. Play Apex. Again, this is what's happening. Oh, good derp face for me. Came home from work to watch some Apex with this cutie. Oh my gosh, let's stop it some more. Come on. That's adorable.
All right, I see this picture makes me realize I need to smile more. Just look how serious I am in the background right there. Just it's totally not how I want to be perceived. I want to be smiley like these guys.
Absolutely. Well, you know what, Tom? You are in the zone. You are breaking it down, and we appreciate you so much for it. And hey, we appreciate you for tweeting at us. And remember, if you go ahead and follow us at PlayApex, use the hashtag ALGS like these fine people did, and you find yourself like these fine people did on our show, well, you're going to be 1,000 Apex coins richer. And isn't that the point? Isn't that the best thing we could possibly do here on a Monday afternoon, early morning, for those of you in the European region?
I don't think that's why they're tweeting at us, but it is a nice little cherry on top.
That's fair. That's fair. Good point. Moving right along. And hey, listen, if you'd like to move along with us, make sure to follow us, twitch.tv/playapex. We're also on YouTube, youtube.com/playapexcompete. We're there for you. We're having it. We're having some fun, and we want you to join us each and every time we've got our online tournament. And listen, the Autumn Circuit, it is a long one, so make sure you come and join us at some of those platforms. And, of course, follow us at PlayApex so you can keep up with all the action on all of the socials. Man, Tom, we have got so much to do, so much gameplay to get to, so I'm going to go ahead and shut up this little face of mine and throw it over to our casters. But first, let's take a look at what Lenovo Legion has in store.
Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
All right, then, it is time for a little bit of a change of scenery now, as not only the change of scenery with Girl joining me alongside me back in the booth, but we're moving over to Kings Canyon, and let's just talk about that last game quickly before we move into Kings Canyon for our final 3 games, Girl, because what a game that was for changing the complexion of this tournament. Now we have a clear divide between our top 2 and the rest of the pack. One game changes it all here in Apex Legends.
It really does. Every game counts, and one game could get you 20, 30 points. So everything matters in Apex Legends.
So now we're straight into our game. As I said, a change of scenery now. Back over to Kings Canyon for our final 3 games here of online tournament number 2 in the autumn circuit. And early on, we're getting a look at that Pathfinder beacon, and that is a strong pull down towards the south side of the map. Now, we see a couple of different endings around here, girls. Some in that riverbed, some just outside of water treatment. I know it's a difficult one for you to predict, but what would you think? If you're rotating right now, what spot do you want to hold down?
If I were rotating right now and I were close to the end zone, I would like to be in water treatment. Honestly, seeing water treatment pull one of the OG Apex end zones would be nice to see. I'm a big fan of seeing like those old zones that we were used to seeing, but I'm also a big fan of the new zones and the diversity and seeing the players adapt to the end zones. But it looks to me like water treatment would be a great spot to be in, but it could pull a little bit north from there in that no name under the tower area as well. So we'll definitely have to tune in to the end game to see the end.
Yeah, keep your eyes peeled on this game. Going to be interesting to see where this one finishes up, and I'm sure that a lot of players are going to be looking to locate themselves around that tower. The team landing around Repulsor, of course, is going to be a HPS, and they're going to be in a pretty good position here to maybe lock down that tower. Already moved over, and HPS, of course, having a phenomenal run of things so far in this tournament and looking to continue that over here on Kings Canyon. A nice long-distance shot without a scope, I might point out, with the wingman as well, is actually going to crack the shield of the player up top. So they're trying to hold this team out, and they're doing a pretty good job of it.
Yeah, Hill took in a lot of damage there, so they were posted up trying to backfire and shoot them behind them, but they caught Rocker on the zipline right there, and that is a free kill point. So Rocker out of the game for now, might get recovered later on, but Hill taking in a lot of damage again. I guess these players really don't like Crypto. Every time you see a Crypto, you shoot. You want to get them out early, because in the end, they're just going to be a nuisance.
Yeah, I don't want to see your EMP at all. That's what they're saying. I don't want to see that in the game. I don't want to see that drone. I want to get you out of the game as quickly as possible. So it will be Hill making it in, though, so we might see that a little bit later on in the game. But so many teams trying to rotate as quickly as possible has been the standout for me in this early game so far. And a lot of battles going down as well, and Complexity are involved as well, as Reptar is actually going to be dropping Euris in the kill feed. And another player here who has been dropped is Moose and Flower from Krabby Patty Formula, which I learned, apparently. I've got to be honest with you. Never watched SpongeBob SquarePants. Don't know if that's a bad thing. Don't know if I'm going to get flamed for that, but it's the world I live in. I'm an old man.
Well, maybe you should take a look at the SpongeBob movies or something to get yourself a little caught up.
Get up to
maybe
speed.
Play the.
Yeah.
I played the SpongeBob movie PlayStation 2 game. It was super, super fun as a kid. I don't know how fun it would be now, and I don't even know if they sell that. But looking at Krabby Patty Formula, yeah, it's a secret. Nobody knows what's in the formula.
That's why I didn't know what it was. That's why I didn't know.
But yeah, they've got themselves a good spot around here, trying to climb up these rocks. And here we are with TSM. Reps getting his blue Evo shield up, which is good to see. I always want to see these teams get their Evo shields up, everyone with purple to red armor near the end game. With the alternator from across the map, so very nice shots by Reps here.
And is this early Apex Legends competitive? Because right now we've got TSM in Cage, and that is a throwback of all throwbacks at this point. Obviously their old drop spot when the game was a little bit newer than it is now, when we had that the early competitions all played here on Kings Canyon. Obviously TSM synonymous with the Cage in their drop spot, but now moving back through there to try and make their rotation. But speaking of rotations, there's not one going on here, because there's a couple of fights going down around these buildings just outside of that high tower that we were talking about in the middle of the riverbed. And it's going to be PHM, Petty Boss, with the flat line in his hand, who's trying to hold off this push.
Yeah, Team PHM getting the portal out. They just want to get out of that center area, because there's so many teams around and there's so many poke damage coming from every single angle. This is a nice spot to hold, honestly. I wouldn't be upset with them if they just held this spot in particular, because the zone could end near there and they have really good rotation areas from there. So it's actually a pretty decent area to hold. Solafide also holding a building nearby. Everyone with these Watson players want to hold a building or a secluded area.
CLG are the team who are underneath. I think they might have just been maybe beaten to that rotation, to that building. CLG having to play underneath at the moment. Obviously not the prime position for them to be in, but safe for now and inside of not only this first ring, but the second one as well. 19 squads remaining as well, so not too much action taking place. However, an EMP is going to do all sorts of damage to the players that are inside, and Solafide coming under a lot of fire. And the thing about these huts, you have to remember, not quite like World's Edge, not quite as much cover inside. You've got all these cracks, these nooks and these crannies that can be shot through, and CLG trying to take advantage of that now.
Yeah, they're really trying to push in there. They're doing in a lot of damage. They get the kill on Pride with the EVA 8 on Vaxlon. Madness trying to get a battery off, but his teammates doing in all the work, and he's able to loot there at the end, heal up, and recover from that fight. They did a great job pushing in.
So CLG, who wanted that spot, were beaten to it, decide, hey, you know what? We're the big kids in the schoolyard here. We're going to bully you out of it, and they did that. And took it pretty convincingly as well. Saw in the kill feed as well. TSM picking up a couple of kills. They take Complexity down. So that's going to be a much better game for them here than we saw in the last game. Already been eliminated first in the lobby with no kill points on the board. An SOB here, inside of a building here, just outside of water treatment. The little settlement. Looking pretty confident with where they are, but they will have to rotate. But with the Gibraltar, obviously they can play the edge of zone. They can be a little bit more comfortable with not being center zone right now.
Yeah, they were also able to pick up the gold devotion on Onmu, so that's really good, especially for Gibraltar players because they're ADSing and they're putting in a lot of damage. Onmu, I just seen him on Pathfinder a couple games ago, and now I see him on Gibraltar, so this is one of the teams that adapt probably with the map. And it's nice to see teams have different comps for each map because each map is a little bit different. There's a lot more choke points on this map, so the Gibraltar is really good for those. So it's nice to see the adaptation with these pro teams.
Yeah, Gibraltar's a legend I like being picked here on Kings Canyon as well, because you can have those bubble fights and you can kind of hold off those long distance third party shots coming in as well, right? By getting those heals off, having to reset the fight inside of the bubble, which is great if you're finding yourselves in these congested lobbies like we are right now. But TSM outside of the next ring at the moment, but looks like they're trying to be a little bit sneaky here, girl. Trying to be quiet, so I'm not going to give away their position. But now we've moved on, so it doesn't matter. I can pick my voice up again.
Yep, now we're on 2 reigns, 1 controller. They are camped up with these 2 buildings. They have the Watson fences to defend themselves, and they have knocked on the Massive. He's a really, really good Massive player. I've played against him once, and he has 1v2'd my squad with the Massive, so he's deadly.
I shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry, guys. I shouldn't laugh, but I know how it feels.
No, it's
quite
all right. It's quite all right. Things happen in these tournaments. You know, no matter how good you are, sometimes you have an off day. Sometimes you miss your shot. Sometimes you end up 20th in a pro lobby, or you end up first. You never know what's going to happen, but at the end of the day, you got to remember that life goes on. There's going to be another tournament. There's going to be another time to prove yourself. And the most important thing is to have fun, spread positivity and love.
Oh, completely agree with you there. Rome was not built in a day for a lot of these teams. And a lot of these teams, you know, that we weren't talking about back at the early stages of the ALGS, we are talking about now. And Rogue is probably one of those teams we would have to say the lineup who really have been impressive so far, not only today, but throughout the summer series as well. Again, looking to put another win on the board here, and you feel like 3 wins in a row, well, 3 wins out of 4 for them would put them in a phenomenal position to wrap up our online tournament number 2. But unfortunately for them, it will be Sweet taking down the Wraith player, so Rogue in a little bit of trouble here and looking for an emergency exit out of this position.
Yeah, the building CLG took gives them a clear line of sight to all the teams around them, and they were able to get the Thirst really fast on Sweet. Dropped, sacrificing himself for Sweet's banner, and obviously the Wraith comes to a little bit more importance in these pro games, so that's probably why he sacrificed himself. Hopefully it's worth it in the end. Hopefully Lou is able to recuperate and get his teammates back up.
Well, Lou doing all sorts of gymnastics to get out of that position, using the grapple, using the zip line that was down as well, the natural map zip line. and now he's just trying to be as quiet as possible and as sneaky as possible to try and rat out some places. So what was looking like a pretty positive start there for Rogue, the tables have certainly turned for them now. TSM, though, maybe looking some fights on the outside of the ring at the moment. Lou, with the triple take in hand as well, will have a little peek at him because TSM might be rotating down his way pretty soon. But TSM looking pretty comfortable in the lobby at the moment, as are a lot of teams, apart, of course, from Rogue, who we can see through the point of view of Lou.
Yeah, they're definitely looking pretty comfortable. They've leveled up their Evos to blues and purples, and I'm pretty sure they're almost all purples actually right now. But here we are with Absolute Monarchy, taking in some damage, but also delivering some damage. It looks like they're trying to get a third party on this fight ahead of them. He might end up using his portal, but he's just debating. He's like, maybe we just gatekeep them, you know? They're not fighting that hard. We don't hear too much damage, but we hear nades, so let's go on in.
Yeah, the bubble going up was like the beacon being illuminated. We're going to push now. We have the opportunity to do so because we can hear the nades, we can see the fights going down, and the opportunity to third party and pick up a couple of easy kills is there. But I also like the fact, like we talked about earlier, right? They decided to disengage from that battle because there wasn't any knocks, it wasn't an easy fight, and staying in the game, the long game, is much better than being involved in a battle where you could come up short.
Exactly, and those teams are going to have to rotate in soon, so they're in no rush to get these kill points. They know they've got all game. You're not going anywhere the faster you kill people. The game's not ending any sooner, and it's not worth the risk. The teams were just taking a really slow fight there, and wow, he opted to pick up the gold armor, which is a little bit surprising. So maybe they're a little bit low on those shields, and Noble's spotting the team across, going towards Sleepy Panda. Sleepy Panda's going to have to retreat back to his team to be safe.
Well, an interesting ring pull as well here. From what I would predict from rings I've seen previously, I kind of expected that zone to be a little bit more around that riverbed area of the map, but it's pulled to the west of the map a little bit more than I actually expected, and towards that water treatment area that you were talking about. So some of those open lands between that little settlement that's just to the north of water treatment is going to be premium real estate, and you can also see that Pathfinder beacon just popping up momentarily as well. So it really is going to end right in the middle of where that next zone is going to be.
Yeah, I don't know if you recall, but you remember when CLG took that building? They're like, we want this building. We need this building. They ended up getting the building, and now the zone pulls towards them. I don't know if they're just 5 head and they just know all of these zones, but they're in a pretty good spot right now.
Well, over to Did We Make It, and they're looking to make their way in towards the circle now. Just inside in this building, but they have some work to do. Still a team up on that tower as well. And just looking at the kill feed as well, it looks like Lou will be taken down, unfortunately. So that'll be Rogue eliminated from our game number 4. And much like we saw in game number 3 with TSM being taken down early, big news for the lobby. To have the lobby leader taken down means points are available to close that gap.
Yeah, exactly. Now, so it gives teams a beacon of hope, you know, get a big game, get a lot of kills, and Nathan goes down. Rocker gets a trade on Scissors, so they're going to get the revive there. And you like that, mate, with the beautiful R301 shots from across the map.
Yeah, it's such bad manners, though. Just as he's landing these beautiful shots and not missing a bullet, he gets shot from the top of the tower to make his life a little bit more difficult than it needed to be. But that's Apex Legends, right? That's Battle Royales. You're not going to have anything your own way. You're going to have to work. You're going to have to scrape. You're going to have to fight for every single kill or knock that you get in these lobbies. Matt Pickett with the triple take in hand as well, just trying to lay down a little bit of damage onto that team up onto the tower, because they're going to have to move through that line of sight now on their next rotation to try and force themselves into that next circle.
Yeah, they do have the Gibraltar, so they'll get the Wraith portal in, but they won't have a spot, like a house to reside in, so it's going to be a little difficult for them on the rotation here. And here we are with Sentinels. They're looking to get some kill points. They're looking to scan, push up, see what they can get on the outskirts of the map, because they know they're not going to get third party. They have Bloodhound. They see everyone around them. They know their limits right here, and they'll see if they can get some entry damage and maybe get a knock, or they might retreat back to the zone.
Yeah, it looks like they didn't get that damage like you mentioned. We know that Sentinels love to take an isolated 3v3 fight in any situation. but that one just didn't really seem to suit them. The Bloodhound ultimate ran its course there, so they didn't get the most use out of that. Xenox not being able to get the damage down to force that push, and now it looks like they're going to move through this choke. They will be safe just here on the edge of this rock as that circle moves in, and now they're actually in a position to hold the team out that were behind them. So Sentinels, smart plays from them, deciding we can rotate ahead of this team. We don't need to kill them now. We have an easier fight coming up in a few moments' time.
Yeah, and they do have the safe spot behind the rock over there. Unless they get needed out later or pushed from the team in the small hut, they will be okay for the next zone. They've found themselves a spot, so they have to make sure there's nobody coming in their back, and then they'll be okay. Designful with the nice shots. Wingman massive, and I see a Volt.
So Gentrifying having to back up as his teammates are going to be taking their time just to get back up to full HP. 72 away from leveling up that Evo shield as well, so it looks like they might be trying to bait a purple shield here, potentially. Leaving that out. Sneaky little play from them. Maybe I'm overthinking things and getting over meta, but one team who are going to have to make their move as that portal will be going down is did we make it? And they will be finding themselves into a little crevice here inside of that next zone, and it looks like they've managed to get in here undetected, Girl.
Yeah, this is a really nice spot. I've never actually played this spot before, so I don't know how well it's going to turn out for them, but it doesn't seem like anyone knows that they're here yet.
They're trying to be quiet, trying to not give anything away, and trying to punch this player back in, but needs to be careful because otherwise he's going to be knocked by the zone. Decoys will be alive here for Absolute Monarchy, so he will be able to get the res there, and this is the team that was fighting Sentinels, and in the kill feed, Sentinels were taken down, so that's allowed Absolute Monarchy to move up to that edge position, as Aim Assist now still inside this building have the opportunity to formulate a plan. Let's jump into the listening now with Aim Assist and see how that plan comes together.
I'm gonna go for roof. Oh, open the door. Fuck.
I got it.
No.
You get it?
Yeah, yeah. You can take it.
Are we safe?
You can take it. You can take it. Yeah, you're safe.
But.
How the fuck did I get hit, bro? I have no more shield heals.
To the bat.
I have nothing.
That's all I have. That's all I have.
All right. I'm gonna pop this. We gotta stay tight. We gotta stay tight. We gotta get kills here.
Yeah, we have to stay on the roof. I think so. We're still in, right? On the roof. On this.
Are we in on that corner or no?
Yes, we're in on this wall. On this thing right
here.
Oh,
bet.
The team up here ported in. I don't know where they're at though. I think they're right below us. They're fighting below us.
Yeah, they are. Good. I have no more heavy.
I can give you heavy. Come here. Drop 40 right here.
Oh, thank you.
Trying to climb up. Maybe. No.
I have ult too.
Wraith one. Fuck.
We can get her.
Crack Wraith.
I have ult. I'm gonna save it.
Underneath. They're trying to push this team.
Don't drop.
I got scanning too.
That's not mine. That's not my ult. That's not my ult. That's not my ult.
In this corner. They might try and climb up. Careful.
I have no more shields. That fucking ult just fucked me. Yep, we are. Get ready to fucking kill these kids. We're gonna have to third them.
Yeah, we do.
Go.
This is my ult. I'm with you.
Nice.
Can you
in the corner? 100 on Wraith. Wraith dead. Just caustic. Nice.
Can you rest? I'm watching.
Hit an armor swap.
Bring a shout.
Grab blue. Oh, I got lasers through the floor.
Nice.
Just wait, 20 seconds above. Come back to me.
So Aim Assist making the most of that situation. We saw how they got inside the circle. They got kills, but now their backs are against the wall here, Girl.
Yeah, they did exactly what they needed to do. They had no heals left, so they had to go in third party. They were able to third party correctly, but they were getting shot through the floor. And here we are, Madness, Pow, Vaxline doing damage, taking out Designful, taking out Resulta. One of them left alive, not sure where he went, but now they get all of the loot. They have about 10 loot boxes to loot down there. They are set for life. But will they be able to win the game?
We'll have to find out. I just noticed as well that Madness had 4 kills to his name as well, and that's just a single player there on CLG, so a big potential game coming out of Counter Logic Gaming. Perfect for them. And now we move over to Absolute Monarchy, who somehow managed to once again stay alive. Going to be forcing the Gibraltar bubble. Only a 2-man, but they're going to get pushed here pretty aggressively as Imperial How will go down in the feed. Reps coming in as well, trying to finish this one off. Decoys will go down, and Reps with 1 HP manages to stay alive. Snipe Down was there for a little bit of support as well, as they will be able to get that res. Now we're going to see more fighting going down as Godsent trying to land some shots on this team below them. Down to our final 4 squads, and it is all kicking off here on Kings Canyon.
4 squads left. TSM made an absolute great push because they noticed that team was in the zone. They were able to 3v2 them. How went down, but fortunately everyone else was fighting, so they didn't realize that there was a team with a down, and they were able to get the revive off. Panders, last one alive for HPS. I don't believe he has many heals left, or he's trying not to heal, so he won't get spotted here. But TSM has a really great position. They don't have to go too far for the zone, and they're full. They have 3 red armors. It seems like they're okay on the loot. They're dispersing their grenades because you want to give your grenades to certain players so that they can throw them in the final zone.
Well, Godsent of the team up on top. We saw there was a solo player for HPS, and that's massive as well. A reminder at the moment, as it stands, that they are top of the leaderboard here, HPS. So a couple of placement points here from a position where they have a solo Watson available is absolutely massive. The other full team involved in this, 2 brains, 1 control, and they're going to get a big crack onto the team on top as well. They're making their push now, and this might be the opening for TSM to maybe look to sneak in and pick up some kills themselves. Bowser now having to get an armor swap down. Unfortunately, picks up the beacon there from Not, but will get the armor swap, but they have lost 1 player as TSM get involved themselves.
I believe the rat is still alive, and TSM, it's I think a 3v2v1 right now, if I did all the math correctly. So he's made top 3. He's made all the placement points that honestly his team could expect of him. And who do you think will win this one?
I mean, TSM surely in position to win this with the zone location. They're looking to take out the rat as well. Panda's down to 1 HP almost. Got barely anything to work with. He gets taken down. Another kill going down to TSM. A huge game for them. And now comes the push. 2 brains, 1 controller. Who is going to come out on top though? Who is going to take the #1 spot here? Tech hitting some big shots, and Tech hits the biggest of shots in a disadvantageous position. Somehow they come out on top. TSM in second, but 2 brains, 1 controller will be your champion here in game number 4. What a finish, girl.
That was amazing. Massive shots by Tech there at the end. I believe they must have gotten the revive on their 3rd player that was down, if I can remember correctly. But they played the end zone perfect. His massive shots were on point when it mattered the most. Great job.
Yeah, amazing stuff from them. Another winner we have in our game number 4. Kings Canyon never disappointing. So much action to talk about. So we're going to throw it back over to Kate and T-Squared to do so.
Thank you, Ansa. Thank you, girl. Appreciate you guys breaking down our action play by play. Tom, you know what? I love that the 2 brains, 1 controller. First of all, the name. Yes, I'm here for it. Second of all, took on the pack lead, took on TSM, the legends themselves, to here come out on top of our game 4, a pivotal game 4, of course, in our entire overall leaderboard, Tom.
And it wasn't the controller, it was part of the brains of the operation there, Tech coming around with the ridiculous massive shots. Now, we all know if he had the Mozambique, it wouldn't have been fair, so he decides to go with the massive, make it a little bit more even of a fight, but very rarely do you see such a montage clip on a team like TSM. Almost a 3 versus 1. Yeah, you did have the rest of his team flying in there for the distraction, but those shots were so clean from Tech. Unfortunate for TSM that they weren't able to win that with such a big game that they had.
Well, and I think it's also important that, you know, we saw Rogue going down in sort of the early mid game, right? We had some interesting zone polls that, you know, I think threw some people, but also maintains some people's momentum. Talk to me a little bit about the overall game. We'll go into, I think, our final moment here in not too long, but what were some of the highlights for you?
Yeah, for me, it was all about that end game right there because I was thinking TSM was going to put it together. It really was. I thought TSM was going to hold them off. You very rarely see TSM lose a game when they have all 3 players alive, when they're going in a straight head-on-head team fight. And I felt like they had the advantage right there. So it was pretty shocking to me to see them be able to, just rip them apart with the Mastiff. But it was Tech coming in with a perfect flank, great shots, great angles, great timing. Everything that he needed to do, he did. If he misses one shot right there, Hal's the type of player in that 1v1 that he's going to punish him. Didn't give him any opportunities. Hal comes to the portal late expecting more damage to be done. That's not the case. Tech was still fairly healthy, and he wins the 1v1.
He does. Let's take a look what those game results are going to show us and how they break out into our overall game results and to see exactly how these teams are coming out on top. Of course, 2 brains, 1 controller coming in hot. But you know what, Tom? You nailed it, right? We've got TSM pulling in 9 kills. Not to be outdone, CLG definitely tied them in terms of kills. Obviously, their placement point's a little bit farther down, but that's nothing to shake a stick at.
This is going to be crazy when we go to look at the overall standings, because the teams that are at the top right here in this game are a lot of the same teams that are at the top in the overall standings. So like we're talking about every point mattering, all of these teams understanding that they can't drop any games as we do take a look at the overall standings. And I don't think we've ever had such a back and forth, lead change after lead change every single game. HPS sitting at 51 points. They've been consistent all throughout of this day, Kate. I don't think they placed outside of the top 5. I've definitely seen them towards the tail end a majority of these times with a handful of kills, but a lot of teams still within striking distance. We know how important the math is right around game 4 going into game 5. We can talk about it right now. The top 6 teams are really the teams to look at right here. Anybody with 30 points or more still has an opportunity to win this. If you don't, and you're a team like Loose Moots or CLG, you need to put together right now and try to get something big so you can give yourself an opportunity going into this final game.
And I feel like a broken record when I say this, because I'm sure I'm sure you guys watching will be like, Kate, stop saying it. It's not true, which is consistency is all about it. It's the silver bullet. And HPS, I think at this point, is really giving us a masterclass in consistency. We haven't seen a lot of showboating. We haven't seen a lot of, 360 no-scopes, a lot of those, very colorful plays necessarily. And of course, it's a fairly large map, lots of people going on everywhere. So sometimes we could be missing some things, certainly. And obviously, they've done an incredible job. But consistency is the name of the game. And just continuing to knock them down. Remember, it was sort of always a bridesmaid, never a bride scenario here with HPS for a couple of games. They were consistently second, coming into that top 5. It's just nice to see that kind of a strategy is very clearly paying off for them here.
Well, someone that consistently hits 360 no-scopes, Kate, it's our girl. So
that's right!
She's got a little something for us coming up pretty soon, but you're right. It's all about consistency. It's all about staying at the top. We haven't seen a team like this. I think it's what is it?
HPS.
At HPS, we haven't seen a team like HPS come out of the woodworks and play at this high level so many times in a row. A lot of times we see 1 or 2 big games. That's really great for them to be able to predict where these circles are going. Whoever the IGL is right now, whoever's calling where these zones are going, is on top of their stuff.
They are indeed. You know who else is on top of their stuff? As you alluded to earlier, Girl. She's not just a caster. She's not just a player. She also can bring us in to sort of what we call like level up with Girl. It brings us into the first and very sort of high level aspects. If you've never picked up Apex, if you've just come and joined us here, well, guess what? We've got some pro tips from the pro herself. Take a look.
Apex can get confusing when you first begin, so here's some tips to get you started. Starting with the drop. When you're dropping out of the ship, the first thing you want to do is take a look around. Look to see where other squads are heading. So most people landed behind us. Take a look at their dive trails. If they're Predator dive trails and you don't feel like you're up to par with a Predator, you might want to land further away. Pro tip. Right-clicking allows you to turn your head without turning away from the route that you're going. On World's Edge, some of my favorite places to drop are Fragment East and Sorting Factory, because they're heavily contested and give good practice. Kings Canyon, on the other hand, has multiple hotspots like Artillery, Containment, Salvage, Repulsor, Capacitor, and Gauntlet. The real question is, do you want to land safe, land hot, or land for loot? If you land hot, you might not be able to pick up armor or a gun, so you'll have to be fast on your feet. The good thing about landing hot, it's the fastest way to get in some fighting practice. Landing safe, on the other hand, allows you to survive the early game without a problem. You'll have armor and a weapon, and then you'll be poised to third-party a fight. Landing safe also gives you more map knowledge and mid to late game fighting practice. Then, there's landing for loot. If you land for loot, you'll most likely get the guns that you want, the armor you like, as well as the attachments that can better prepare you for the upcoming fights. As a new player, it might be better to land safe in an uncontested spot, so you have time to figure out what attachments or items you feel more comfortable with heading into the late game. Let's go, baby! No matter how you land, make sure you land together every time you drop. That's why they call me the Queen of Apex.
The team that lands together stays together. I love it. Girl coming in hot with some pro tips, bringing it in for the real thing. I love it.
Yeah, and shout out to Girl for putting these together. It's been so awesome watching her and being a part of the team. So we all up with the players, but go follow Girl.
Go follow Girl. Do it to it. Hey, you know what? Remember, something else you want to follow? I'm trying to segue it. It'll work out at some point. Twitch.tv/PlayApex. If you're watching us on there, thanks. If you're not, awesome. We also, we'd love a free follow from you over there, as well as Play Apex Compete on YouTube. We got 2 different platforms, lots of love on either one. Go ahead and follow us or sub to us. Either way, we'll love it all. And of course, make sure to follow us on Twitter. That's where you're going to see all of the news, all of the action, all the updates at Play Apex. And hey, if you tweet at us using that hashtag ALGS, follow us at Play Apex. Well, if you see yourself on our screens, you're going to be 1,000 Apex coins richer, and that is the coolest all the time, Tom. And that is what we like to see here on our show.
Yeah, unfortunately, no tweets right now, but
Sadly not.
When you send them to us, we'll be sure to go through them. Again, make sure to include anything that's cute or food, and you'll probably get on the show.
That's, you know what? That's just math, and that makes sense. Now let's throw it over to our casters here for our pivotal game numero 5. Let's do it to it, guys. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much, Kate. Much appreciated. As always, Fallout here, joined alongside Girl as we are getting ready for game number 5 of our 6-game series. It's been a great 4 games so far. Of course, our entrance into Kings Canyon was a fantastic one. And to help me call the action, I'm joined alongside the one and only Girl herself. Girl, thoughts so far in the tournament? Break it down for me and break it down for the viewers as we're getting in our last 2 games.
So the tournament's been pretty hectic. There's been a lot of top teams that have been consistent. So these last 2 games are going to really count for these top teams. Some of the mid-tier teams on the leaderboard right now are able to catch up. 2 really good games, 2 wins in a row could change their lives today. So it's going to be exciting to see who wins this next one. It is the game 5. I believe I see game 4 or 5.
Game 5.
It is game 5.
Yeah, that's exactly. It's been a long day of Apex action, and this is, of course, our 2nd broadcast. We had 6 straight games in Europe, 6 straight games here, and I'm right there with you, Girl. It's easy to mix and match what game we're on and where we're at in the entire scene, but you're spot on. Game 5 out of 6 coming next, and of course, TSM, it really did a great job controlling their own fate after falling down and having a really bad showing in game number 3, last game on World's Edge. They bounced back in a great way with a 2nd place finish, 9 kills, but HPS has been the story of the tournament so far, and they've done such a good job, Girl. 2nd place, then unfortunate 13th place, and still got 4 kills, then 2nd place again, then 3rd place. They're really taking the TSM formula and doing it just a bit better as they currently have an 8-point lead.
Absolutely. It's one of the teams that weren't on our top 5 to watch, but absolutely have been consistent, as Kate would say, throughout this tournament. And to see them rat until 3rd place last game was incredible. So they definitely know what they're doing. They're not new to the game whatsoever. And here we are with HPS looting Wingman. Nice pickup on Sauce. And we'll see how they'll be able to rotate through this.
Yeah, for those that are wondering, hey, is this HPS squad a brand new team? I haven't heard of their team name, and I don't know them like I know the Rogues, the Complexities of the world. Of course, as a Mastiff's going to be picked up. But no, this HPS squad, of course, played alongside Tech. Panders and Tech were longtime teammates, and Tech was the crypto that they played with. They made a little bit of a roster change in picking up Hill, who admittedly I don't know a whole lot about. Of course, HPS is kind of the acronym for their name. Hill, Panders, and Sorcerer, of course, formerly of the Flying Sorcerers. Hill gets picked up and replaces Tech as the crypto of this team, and really, I gotta say, Hill has been performing incredibly well. It's been actually Hill that's done a great job, currently in first place in the kill category, tied with Nathan, Rambo, Lou, and Panders as teammate. But guess what? Hill is the current Apex Predator in terms of total damage done this entire tournament, girl. He has almost 5K damage. The next person behind him, actually, sorry, Panders is above him with 5.7K. He has 5K. They're both top 2. Nathan is the next person behind them with 4.5. It's insane how well they're performing and how much damage they're doing.
Yeah, it is insane because every second that they're inputting damage, they're in a fight. They're surviving another fight. They're surviving taking damage as well, or they're in a really good spot and have good angles and access to shooting someone rotating through. So there's a lot of good ways to get your damage on. And these cryptos with their ultimates, but here we are with Serial. Burst Prowler doing in a lot of damage, and nice R3-1 hip fire shots. Metro taking down Monsoon. They're pushing in really fast with those Mastiffs, and they get the kills.
Yeah, and unfortunate again, of course, that Complexity squad with Shiny having internet issues. It's just the two of them. Just the two of us is the story there. I would pay a fine penny to listen to Monsoon sing a love ballad to Reptar of just the two of us. We can make it if we trust, but unfortunately they have not made it today. I'll still pay money to you, Monsoon, if you sing that song. I will come and donate in your stream. Quote me. Someone clip this and send this to Monsoon, please. As I am, of course, watching as Euresis Daycare takes them out. Big shot to Euresis Daycare. Metro, former member of Sola Fide, controller player, former football player for the University of Maryland, who had a very tragic, I think it was a car accident, and because of that, started focusing instead on Apex Legends and went pro in Apex. Big shout out to Metro. He, of course, is a warrior.
Yeah, definitely. And back to TSM, we got Imperial Hal, we got Snipe Down, we got Reps. They have great armors. They're looking to see if they could get some damage, and here we move on to the next team.
Yeah, that's exactly right. From TSM to, I feel like I can't do it justice. I need Onset to say it. Girl, can you do your best, British accent or Australian accent?
You like that, mate?
Was that an accent?
I don't know.
That was amazing. I love you, girl. You're honestly the best addition to this broadcast team that I could have asked for, girl. I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree more with my own statement right there. And that accent was an atrocity. But as I say that, you like that, mate, which I can't do a better job. I'm just kidding. I'm just roasting you for no reason. You like that, mate, is it going to get currently under some significant pressure. Matt Pickett, who we know has been playing and competing in Apex at the top level. Unfortunately, him and his teammates are going to go down. And just like that, you like that, mate, is going to get taken out. I tried doing a better job, and I think I failed as well, girl. So maybe you got me beat. I don't know.
No, you did great. And did we make it was able to pull that off. In my head I was like, Crummy might 1v3 this, but then he went down when he was using that battery. So unfortunately for them, they're out. TSM Reps right here putting in a lot of great damage with the wingman shots.
Yeah, and I just gotta say about Reps is, he's always played Watson. He's always been the role player for this team, filling whatever role they need him to fill. Well, sorry, I would say he's always played Watson. He's been able to fill whatever role is needed on this squad. Has been doing that on Watson for a very, very, very long time. But I would love to see, I would also pay money, not just to hear Monsoon sing just the two of us, but also to see Reps play like a Wraith on this team or a Bloodhound. Obviously, it's never going to happen with Imperial Hal and Snipe Down, the controller god. Reps is happy to be that role player, and I respect him for that. He can put his ego aside. But I think that Reps is low-key one of the top fraggers in Apex. And honestly, one of the top fraggers on this team. Imperial Hal would probably say, Fallout, you're crazy. I'm better than Rep. No, I'm just kidding. They, of course, all respect each other tremendously. But I do think Reps is very good in the slaying category and kind of as a top fragger, which I don't think he gets enough respect about. But that's one thing I love about Apex. It doesn't matter what legend you are. You can be playing a support, quote-unquote, defensive player in Watson, but still put in work.
Well, I can actually add to that because I watch Imperial Hal sometimes, I watch Albrelelli sometimes, And back in the day, and it wasn't too long ago, where I was listening to them debate on who should play who.
Really?
And Hal had no issue thinking of Reps trying out Wraith. It's just that they're just so used to the characters, but he is so confident. Hal is so confident in Reps and Albrelelli playing any character because he knows how well they can adapt. He knows that they can perfect any character. He has so much faith in his teammates. So Hal wouldn't mind Reps playing Wraith at all.
Wow, that is fascinating. Girl, please send me a check in the mail for setting you up for that brilliant insight because I teed you up perfectly. And that was not, something that Girl and I talked about before. We prep a lot for these broadcasts. That was as natural as it gets. Really, really cool that you had a chance to actually hear that exact discussion, and even cooler to hear that Imperial Hal has that much respect for his teammates. Both, of course, Albrelelli and Reps back then, and of course I'm sure he feels the same way about Snipe Down now, to really let Reps go from Watson to Wraith. Interesting that they had that discussion is, TSM was really kind of fluid in their team comp for some time there. They were running the Revenant Crypto team comp on Kings Canyon, and then they would switch back to the Pathfinder team comp on World's Edge, and now of course they found themselves in a nice little Bloodhound team comp with Snipe Down the controller player joining this team. So I really like the fact that TSM's always been willing to mix and match and is not necessarily just kind of stuck in their ways because their championship winning ways because it worked in the past, it worked in the preseason.
No, and they did try Albrelelli on Wraith, but I think they found that he was a little too aggressive.
Yeah.
Like he was just a tad bit too aggressive, and he might go down more times than he needed to. But I definitely do remember seeing that conversation, and there's a lot of respect to him because they all have great aim, they all have great accuracy, they all can adapt to the character or Apex Legend that they need to do. And Krabby Patty in a rough spot right now. Really good thermite by Euban. Really nice Eva 8 shot, but it just wasn't enough on Retzi.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And great insight there as always on TSM. I know you know that team really, really well, but we're going to jump back with Zeratricky as they're able to find themselves some picks on 6. 6, of course, the former member of Pittsburgh Knights and the former member of Yeet Squad playing alongside Nicewig and Bowser as they found themselves a championship win back in the summer circuit. Unfortunately, couldn't repeat that success throughout the rest of the summer circuit. And then, of course, the playoffs. They punched themselves a ticket to the playoffs grand finals and didn't get a whole lot going there. So 6, of course, no longer playing alongside those two. And now on a new roster, they get taken out. Meanwhile, Godsent, a team that has been doing it for a while and really has been doing it with success for a while. It's Kupski, Rambo, and Freestyle. We'll see what they can do here. Noel's going to drop a little bit of a defensive bombardment in his own shield. Of course, it doesn't matter because it's going to have a larger radius than just that. And I don't know how much damage he did with that. That was more of a defensive opportunity as Absolute Monarchy just needs some absolute help right now trying to survive. It's not looking good. Noel's last alive. He gets taken out. Sorry.
Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to survive that. They were just taking in way too much damage. With they took the triple take shots. They took in some wingman shots and aim assist. Were able to succeed in that fight, but Designful getting caught out and Skirwy with the scout getting the finish on Designful. But they do have a res beacon right here.
That's exactly right. That's gonna be an opportunity for them. Aim assist. Who needs more than an opportunity. They need a lot more. They need a prayer, an 18th place as it currently stands going into game number 5, right in front of Euresa's Daycare and the team of 2, just the 2 of us, Complexity in 20th place. Looked like we got ourselves a little bit of a rat of Krabby Patty formula as it currently stands. Meanwhile, Aim Assist does get the res on Designful, and Designful going to loop back up. Meanwhile, did we make it? Trying to ask themselves that question, can we make it? Can we survive? As they got to survive this fight.
Yeah, but they definitely have some kill points under their belt because we watched them kill Do You Like That Mate. So here they are in another fight, going to rack themselves some kill points. Everyone's trying to at least make top 10 today to make the next tournament. And those are some beautiful Prowler shots by Sunny. I did not know people still use full auto on this thing, but he is going crazy.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Good shots being put through right now by Make It. Stunny's going to be able to try and revive back up. And look at that, a perfectly placed nade. We call those Kobe's around here, as that's going to actually knock Stunny And it looks like the Gibraltar will get the revive, no problem. Actually going to use that dome shield as really just caution. Of course, the caustic gas should have been enough to keep his team alive, but now they're going to be left dome shieldless of the Gibraltar for quite some time, as the cooldown will be proccing.
It doesn't seem like they want to hold this area. It might seem like they're trying to get out, so they're going to take that portal out of there. But now here we are with Godsent. They're camping up in this little building.
Yeah, it's about all they're doing. Godsent posting up, you know, and if in the words of, again, we had to listen in with Norse, Mandy, and team earlier, Taishin and co, and RPR, and they said, we chillin', we big chillin'. That's the exact same thing that they're doing right now. At least momentarily, they're going to be posting up. But guess what? As the ring closes in about 2 minutes, they're going to have to rotate. And actually, they're going to make their rotation now. And based on this rotation, I'd love to hear how they decide to make this rotation, where they're going to post themselves up. Let's go ahead and jump in to a listen-in with Godsent.
In here. Put your ult down.
I don't have it. I don't have it. I don't have it.
Okay.
Contact with target.
We're gonna get this late. We're gonna play this late, but we're gonna get griefed by TSM. But we fight for that. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. I knew it. I knew getting this would have been the play, but it's fine. We play edge. We might have to pop off, boys. We might have to pop off this game.
Alright.
Okay. If you see good third-party potential, we could do it.
We should have just played choke from the beginning.
Yeah, you're right. Yep. It's okay. We learn.
Let's go this way.
But there's teams everywhere. We went here. There's a team here.
They just put a fucking...
but I said it when I scanned Beacon. We should have just played choke, even if it wasn't ending there.
Well, Cub said it was down though too. I don't know. Well, I mean, we couldn't even rotate. TSM was up top. TSM was up top, so like we were screwed anyway.
Fine.
Why is this guy?
Wait, they're fighting.
They just
here.
They just res above us.
Wait, chill. They're fighting. Let them fight. Let them fight. We go late when there's a knock, and we hold tight. We don't full commit. We hold tight and beam them.
All right.
Go. On me. He's one. Kill this guy. Kill this guy.
Contact with hostile.
Got him. I got him. I got him.
Chill. They're here. Chill. Chill.
Are we going up top? Are we going up top?
This is a caustic team.
No.
Cub, do you want us to come up top or what?
We could fence them out.
Making contact with enemy.
Put fences on their doors. We fence them out. Keep them. We walk in here. I'm gonna pre-portal this. Set up. You need to put fence their door if you can without dying.
What does crypto
Watch
have?
him.
I'm taking. Should I take port? Should I take port?
Portal here.
Yeah. Set up. Go set there.
I'm going. I'm setting. I'm porting. I'm porting.
Caustic Gibby team.
This is stunning.
He's climbing. He's right there. Watch out, Cub.
Cheryl, cover me. No way he headshot me.
Why?
30 full send.
We're
gonna drop. We have to drop. We have to drop.
Oh my god.
What are you doing? Like why, bro? Oh my god.
I thought you fenced the door.
I did fence it, Cub, but they can shoot my fences easily, bro. Like
the fences aren't
just
fucking
chill.
invincible.
Just
we
chill
can't chill, bro. Like they're on us, man.
Just bad, bro. It's just... Why?
You know, girl, listen, I'm the type of person that likes to tell it like it is and call a spade, and I was gonna call out some great things that we heard in that listen-in terms of Kubski's leadership. I think we all in the broadcast team were impressed as we were chatting in Discord, but that is also a lesson in what not to do live in a tournament when you're in 4th place. I know there's, of course, a lot at stake here, and emotions are high, but there's no room for that. There's no room for yelling at your teammates in tournament time. In scrims, maybe. But in tournament time, leave it all in the scrims, and you got to stay positive. I understand mistakes are mistakes, but work out the mistakes after the fact, bro. I don't know if you agree with that.
So everybody lives by their own principles, and I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but you know, you also got to think of it as they have frustration in the moment and they want to let it all out so they don't hold it in and are just a little bit cranky in the next game. They let it all out. They're like, okay, cool, we go next. You know, like I'm sure right now they're like, okay, it's whatever. You know, things happen. He got headshotted. You can't. You know, they could have played it a little bit safer. The comms were really good. The decision makings were really good. Just until the end, you know, one small mistake can change the game. It happens. This is why there's professions in these games. It's a tournament. There's mistakes get punished, and you know, perfect plays get rewarded.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it always seems to be the Wraith player. That's the common theme, because Wraith is such a high-risk, high-reward type of player. You feel like you want to be the playmaker, you want to be the tip of the spear, you want to break the ice, and that ends up costing you. Meanwhile, speaking of a tip of the spear, this time it's going to be the Caustic. That's doing a great job. It's Did We Make It? They continue to roll here as they've made their rotation right through this choke point. This is kind of the middle ridge choke point we were talking about two games ago on World's Edge as the kind of key choke point of this map. And they do a good job right now as King of the Castle. Snipe Down now playing alongside Reps, so it's going to be the new duo, if you will. I know that Reps has significant respect for Snipe Down, I believe, having watched competitive Halo back in the day, and now they are teammates, so I'm really interested to see how this duo does. Snipe Down getting the intel.
Yeah, 11 squads left. Snipe Down getting shot by a lot of different angles. He's going down to 1 HP. Reps is like, what do I do? How do I cover you, you know? Snipe Down doing so much damage with that 1 HP that he had, but Reps won't be able to do anything with it at this moment.
Yeah, and unfortunate Snipe Down is going to go down as now Reps last alive. Will he try and get the banner and go for the revive? Yeah, probably not. 11 squads remaining. He'd get taken out immediately. So it's going to be Reps against the world here. Meanwhile, Did We Make It? Finds himself in an engagement, and look at that. It's going to be Stunny with the close-range Prowler. And girl, I know you've been very, very keen on the Prowler, on the Hemlock, the 3-shot burst weapons coming out of the heavy ammo, and so far so good for the Prowler and the Hemi.
This is a tournament for the books for them because they've succeeded in about, I believe, at least 4 team fights. They've been getting through everything this game. If they get the win, I could see possibly 30 points or more if they're able to secure the victory. I'd like to see them win at this point. I'm a big fan because they've been winning and winning and winning team fights this whole game.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's impressive, and just like that, when you clutch up a 1v1 for the bread, and obviously that wasn't just a pure 1v1, it was a team fight to kick things off, and Stunny just clutched up when it mattered. That's what happens. Your team gets looted up, your team's able to shield swap, armor swap, or heal, get back to full heals, and of course leverage the Evo shield fully kitted now to put yourself into a late game, and that's the benefit. You reap the rewards of playing aggressive. And now, with the addition of the Evo shield being as prevalent as it is and being really in every shield since, of course, the new season, that's what happens. You know, teams that are aggressive get rewarded, period. That's why we saw Alliance almost every single game in the European broadcast with full Evo shields for every single player because they play aggressive and they get rewarded, period. And that's what's awesome to see. Did We Make It is the team that is reaping those benefits right now. But we're going to jump on board with Rogue, another team that's trying to level up their Evo shields as it currently stands. Another team that has been dominating as they, of course, got top 2. They're trying to secure a top 1 finish in this one, currently in 3rd place with 39 points.
Yeah, they're trying not to focus too much on one single area. There's so many shots going around. They're trying to get as many kills as possible. Sweet going in with the Prowler, with the Burst Prowler, almost getting the knock. Someone else ends up getting the knock, but he's in a very safe spot right here. Wow, the amount of damage he's doing with the Prowler.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Putting in absolute work. They're going to level up that exact Evo shield we talked about. Prowler, Hemi. We keep seeing it, and I never thought we'd see the day where we'd see these 2 weapons in the mainstay of competitive Apex weaponry meta, and that is kind of where things are at. Meanwhile, Tech, former member and former teammate of Panders and Co. HPS currently in 1st place. Flying Saucer, formerly a Flying Saucer, is a Saucerer on that team as well. Now Tech is teamed up with Bowser, former teammate of Nicewig, playing alongside the Controller God in Noct. So of course, if you're just wondering who HPS is, I saw someone in the chat ask that moments ago. That's kind of the lay of the land. These are some of the players. As now we see 2 brains, 1 controller, absolutely putting in work with this long-range poke, and they're doing a good job just poking and staying alive.
They're getting crypto ultied, but they do have the caustic to defend themselves, and that's one of the great things about their comp right now. The caustic is such a great defense. The Gibraltar is such a great rotational character, a diverse character for this map. Rogue taking in a lot of damage. Lou, 1 HP, takes the portal.
Lou is an absolute machine. What he's been doing from an individual performance perspective is nothing short of amazing. We saw the shield swap in the win 2 games ago. Well, Lou with 2 HP finds a way to get one good crack before getting inside that portal. Doesn't get knocked, keeps his teammate alive, does the damage, fully leveled up our Evo shields for everybody on Rogue right now, and Rogue has a chance to punch their ticket to secure their fate. 3 squads remaining. Rogue is one of them.
Yep, and they do have the caustic left. I'm not sure if he has his ultimate up, but having a caustic and a Gibraltar in the end zone is really good for them. Sweet throwing in those nades, but those nades get caught by the Watson ultimate right now. They're getting pushed. Lou taking in a lot of damage.
That's exactly right. Here comes the final push. Lou's going to get taken out first. I hyped him up, and now it's all up to Sweet. No, it's going to be Did We Make It playing his caustic, and Did We Make It actually decides to take the aggressive. And you know what they say, the best defense is a good offense, or something like that. Is clearly the offensive team plays aggressive and wins it, secures their own fate. And I love to see that, girl. Rather than playing not to lose, they played to win. They played with aggression. And the team that we've been watching the whole time through, well, Did We Make It? The Caustic squad, they take home a first place finish, girl.
Yeah, they played the whole game pretty well, I would say. They won every single team fight that they were in. They weren't very passive whatsoever. They just somehow hopped from spot to spot to spot, ended up getting into fights and ended up winning each and every fight. They ended up recovering because they have a caustic. It's so hard to push a caustic with all the traps and barrels. They have the Gibraltar to get the revives. It just worked out so well for them. I'd love to see that VOD.
Yeah, you know what's so funny you said VOD, because I was going to say the same thing. Hodzic, brother, if you're watching, we found a perfect VOD review for you, man, because I'd love to see you break that one down. The fact that Stunny was able to do what he did and winning that 1v1 to clutch up, that is what made the difference. And Did We Make It ends up winning the game. But my hat goes off to Rogue. That punches himself a pretty good spot, and you got to think that puts him in a potential top 2 here. Lou, of course, is playing for so much more than himself right now and is performing out of his mind. I'm excited for what's going to be a spectacular finish with game number 6. Before we get to that, let's go ahead and throw it back to T-Squared and Kate at the desk.
Thank you so much, Fallout and Girl. And of course, yeah, you know what? This writes itself. Did we make it? Well, for Game 5, you certainly did, Tom. They certainly did.
Yeah, and it was just so crazy to watch the aggression coming in from the other side where Rogue looks great, right? You get hit maybe for 50 damage, you're going to heal, everything's cool. No, you got a whole team flying at you. Okay, you're down. Okay, the next guy's down. Okay, the game's over. So that just goes to show, like Girl was saying, how fast the team fights were happening and how confident that they were throughout this entire thing. It wasn't pick off here or there. It was, hey, you clutched this up numerous times. We're going to go and ride this confidence. That zone is one of the classics as well. That goes back to just the early days of Apex. I won my first tournament game on Twitch Rivals in that same exact zone. So I'll never forget that one right there. Same exact zone outside of that building. And it's a classic. So it's very evenly matched. It's very out in the open. It's a fun one to fight for. And the team that gets that house, just like Did We Make It does right there, typically wins that one about 95% of the time. So especially when you have a Caustic, you have a Gibraltar in that scenario, going up against a team like Rogue in a straight up 1v1 is very difficult, but they played that so well, and they just continued to ride the confidence they had throughout the game.
I mean, it shows for sure. And, you know, it also is an interesting moment, though. You know, we're talking about Rogue and we're talking about these top 3 teams, you know, coming through and you know, Did We Make It getting to the top? You know, I'm personally interested to see how HPS did. Because I know that, you know, we've got game. Oh my gosh, I love it. It's like Christmas morning every single time, Tom. We've got the game results ready, so I don't have to wait very long at all. Let's take a look at exactly how our Game 5 pans out by the numbers with all of our teams here. And our fabulous game. Did we make it? Of course. Whoa!
That's the biggest game I think we've seen in ALG history. 23 kills, mopping up over a third of the lobby. 35 points. Absolutely insane. But hey, Rogue right there 19 points is a very good game. We've seen some teams even win a game and still get 19 points. The fact that they took 33 kills between the top 2 teams, that's half of the lobby, well over the half of the lobby. That's not good for your HBSs. That's not good for your TSMs, your 2 brains, 1 controller. But hey, still a lot of teams that have been flirting over towards the top. You still got Godson there. You still got Tech from his game win that he had in the previous one. Can't wait to see what the overall standings are going to be as we go into Game 6.
Oh, man. And you know what, Tom? We don't have to wait too long for those either. Let's bring those overall standings on the board. This is where I get excited, because this is where, excuse me, as I cough. I'm so excited.
Someone's going to choke. It may be Kate.
That's fair. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Rogue still on top, though, Tom. Bring me through.
Yeah, they're still on top, but 1 game is all it took for Did We Make It to now be in the discussion of possibly winning this thing. They're only down a handful of points. Totally possible. HPS sitting 4 points behind Rogue right there, so we're going to go into an absolutely insane final game here. Again, it's around that top 5, top 6 that have a chance. I highly doubt anyone's going to go and drop 30 points again, but if it does, that would possibly be a win for them. But hats off for Did We Make It now, making this much more interesting than we thought it would be. Remember, top 10 from this, when it's all said and done, are going to be invited to the next online tournament. The top 3 get paid out. The top 2 are going to be automatically advancing to the playoffs.
Very good point. And that is definitely a reminder of things to be playing for and motivation, surely. Tom, I love to ask you this question right before we go into that Game 6, and that is, in sort of the hearts and minds of our people watching here, what are you telling your players going in, especially now that we've got such a shakeup happening? And then once we're done talking about that, we'll head over to our final moment recap real quick.
Yeah, you just got to play aggressive and, have confidence here, because if you can see a team like Did We Make It go and just drop a bomb like that, that has to be inspiring for you no matter where you are in that lobby. Again, I think they just set a record for amount of points in a single ALGS game. They went from basically outside of the top 15 to now inside of the top 5, possibly going to be able to win this thing if they have one more good game or anything even close to what they just had from the previous match.
Wow, just scorching hot. Let's take a look at how they came out on top in that final moment right now. And Tom, as per usual, break it down for him.
Yeah, so again, it starts off with a little bit of opening damage from the Did We Make It side, and fortunately, they were able to get inside this building, which is the key. This building is extremely tough to get people out of, especially when you rock this caustic, especially when you have the Gibraltar Dome right here. You can see a couple cells being popped by Bird. Once the initial damage pops off, that's when Stunny's going to send it. He was feeling himself the entire time, sitting here rocking the Mastiff with the Digi threat, just ripping people apart. And that team fight looked so clean, so easy. But it starts off with Stunny just charging out there, feeling good about his Prowler. We saw how many bursts he was hitting. He was ripping people for over 100 in about half a second. And he was able to just land a little bit of damage on Rogue, and that opened it up. And that's big, because if Rogue wins that one, they're getting an extra 5 points overall. They're getting the 3 kills that they got for wiping the squad, and they're getting the 2 extra placement points too. So you want to be able to get those points, keep those away from a team like Rogue, and put yourself in a better situation to win.
That's right. Your points are not their points, so that's how that can work there. Hey, you know what? This is a great time to remind you that we can actually give you Lenovo, our official PC and monitor sponsor here over at ALGS. Well, they've got a nice little sweepstakes coming at you. You can enter Lenovo Legion's Autumn Circuit giveaway for your chance to win a free Lenovo Legion PC or monitor. Head over to twitter.com/Lenovo Legion, and let me tell you a little bit about this laptop that you could be winning, because it is a beast. And when I say beast, I mean it has that i7 processor that is just going to fly by. Let's be clear. So Lenovo's bringing the world's best gaming laptop keyboard to the market with their True Strike technology. This model, it's going to be that grand prize in the Autumn Circuit giveaway. Now, their PCs, well, they're built with the best components, allowing them to perform at the most competitive levels in esports. You're seeing it here right now. Some of the best panels in the market with a minimalist design. They're stylish on the outside, and as we all know, Tom, savage on the inside. I'm going for that voice. I want them to hire me as their voiceover person. I feel like I could do it.
You should. Ever since I got that laptop, the aesthetics of my entire place just looks so much better. There's just lights everywhere. It looks like I got a little rave going in when you walk in.
You know, just there. What need I say more? I shouldn't, because obviously we need to get right into gameplay. And to do that, we've got our casters standing by. Head on out to Fallout and Onset. Boys, take it away.
Thank you so much, and John, we're excited. It's the final game. The standings are all here. There's only a few points between our top 5 teams, but I want to throw one stat at you. That game that we just saw has jumped up, did we make it, 13 places in the leaderboard to now be in contention of being a champion.
And you know what? You threw a great statistic at me. What I got to throw right back at you. You called me the historian earlier. That right there was a top 5 best individual team performance we've ever seen in the ALGS Online Tournament Series. 23 kills picked up by Did We Make It? And that is a team that honestly not many people would have predicted in this one Onset. So that shakes things up significantly. You talked about how many placement spots they jumped up. They single-handedly secure their fate as an opportunity to get a top 2 finish here and punch a ticket to the playoffs in December.
Well, let's lay of land. That's what we need to explain to people. This is the final game here on Kings Canyon. Currently holding down first place by 4 points is Rogue. The chasing pack, HPS, team without a win so far today, but their consistency has put them just behind on 54 points. TSM in behind them on 47. Did We Make It with that monster game on 46, and Godsent just behind them. So 18 points separates our top 5 teams, just 4 between the top 2. You gotta say it, this is anyone's game here. The pressure, you can't even imagine what's on these players' shoulders right now, but if you want to become a champion, pressure makes diamonds, and diamonds pick up championships.
That's exactly right. And honestly, much like our European finals where we saw Orglis and Hungary and North win it, major pushers, LCDF, Alliance, no creativity right behind them, we got another one that is neck and neck between our top teams. It's going to be a crazy finish here in game number 6. We got an interesting path of the dropship, so teams that like to play the south side of the map are going to have quite a ways to go. That might shake things up at least a tiny, tiny bit, and a very interesting, not necessarily conventional, right down the middle path that we're seeing with this dropship. But Onset did a good job setting the stage and getting folks ready. It really comes down to Rogue in first, HPS in second, TSM, Did We Make It, Godsent, and I'd throw honorable Alpha. I'm your father, as he does a good job right there, taking out a full squad. That's going to be a squad wipe. And by the way, that's a squad wipe on CLG, Counter Logic Gaming. You're reigning champions of the summer circuit. No big deal, right? Nice job right there by Team Zero Tricky.
I've got to say, I got the reference, but I'm not sure where the accent was from. It's maybe not your strongest suit today,
Right,
John, the accents,
right.
but I got the reference, so that's absolutely fine. But Zero Tricky and Co, as you say, winning that team fight pretty convincingly as well against CLG, which is never an easy feat, like you mentioned. Now going to be able to continue their rotation path and just taking in some of this loot that is going to be left by CLG as well. So they're very comfortable. They've got kills on the board, but one of those teams who maybe aren't close enough to really put up a big fight towards the end of this Game 6 as far as first place is concerned. But we just saw a 35-point game. Anything is possible here in Apex Legends.
That's exactly right. And, you know, I was thinking the same thing. Last game, it was Did We Make It? That was in the same exact spot. They were 15th or 16th place, much like Zero Trick is in 15th, and they popped off. And, you know, it's interesting. Round 1 isn't even closed yet, and we already have 3 squads eliminated. That's kind of what you go to see in these late games, is really a lot of teams that play ultra aggressive because they need to. They have nothing to lose. But guess what? Speaking of one team that has nothing to lose, speaking of one team that is going to play ultra aggressive, it's Complexity, and they are fully stacked, fully forced, with Shiny returning after resolving some of those internet issues. Guess what? Reptar, the Bloodhound Beast, the originator of the Bloodhound meta in North America at least, he's angry, he's in final form. I'm excited to see if Complexity plays aggressive here.
Yeah, he's going to be as angry as he was on the phone to his ISP, I'm sure. But he's back in the lobby now, and that really does mix things up here, because we know that Complexity have the ability to wipe any squad that comes up against them, and the squad that's in front of them, well, that's our second place team, I believe, HPS. So it's going to be interesting to see if Complexity can really mix things up here. They don't get the knock, but big damage coming in from Complexity. There's the shots from Shiny as well. He'll be taken down, though, by Hill. This is a huge fight in the complexion of our tournament here. Reptar and Monsoon trying to do what they can, and I believe they might have just got the wipe. There might be one player alive, but that could be HPS out of things. But no, Sorcerer's managed to escape here, but he's coming under fire. He needs to stay alive.
Yeah, Saucer, I'm not sure exactly what happened there. Quite often you'll see teams, you'll see players leave a fight leaving their teammates for dry if it means surviving and being a rat. But Saucer almost decided to come back to the fight, and that actually almost got him taken out. And we know Complexity, they smell blood. They are like sharks in a water right now, and they are hunting the little goldfish that is Saucer. And guess what? Third party's going to come through. He's going to run right back to Complexity, but no, he's going to get taken out by the third party.
Okay, well, that's HPS out. That really does mix things up. That's our second place team. Not going to be picking up any points here in our final game of the day. And Complexity back to full power. Like you mentioned, pretty much the reason for that. Really getting involved here early on in the game. 15 squads remaining now, and you just feel, even though Complexity were handed the worst possible hand in this tournament, completely out of their control, they are still having a say in the outcome of this tournament.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They can take out some heavy hitters. HPS is just the first on the hit list right now. This is almost like that dude in Billy Madison, you know, who has like the red lipstick. And they're, you know, first things first is HPS, and they cross him off the list. Who's next for this team? Well, guess what? You saw Complexity. It was Complexity's Lou. Well, no longer on Complexity. He, of course, is playing alongside Rogue. He's playing for so much more than himself right now. He's playing for his dad. He's playing for something so big, so strong, and really for so many reasons is trying to perform at a top level right now, and he has. I got to say, Lou has been such a standout player today, just like he was at last online tournament, and just like he's been really in his entire career. I have nothing but respect for Lou, and I know that the whole community is behind him right now, as we're, of course, now on board with Sentinels. It's Retzy and Crust and Sunox.
Sunox here, creeping around the corner with the Mastiff in hand. And just to echo the point you were making, you know, Apex Legends, competitive, you know, everyone fights hard, but everyone's a family at the end of the day, and everyone loves Lou and understands the difficult times that he's had to go through. But performing here is the one thing that I'm sure he would have wanted to do. And he's doing it right now. Sentinel's getting aggressive, though. Retzy trying to put some pressure onto this team, caught in the stairwell here at water treatment. Just a 14 on the board, goes for the pre-shot, and is going to have to go into the void here to back up, because there's some shots coming across as well from Senox into the building next to them. So Sentinel's covering a lot of ground with their lines of sight right now, and landing some shots, but not getting any knocks to counter off.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's some decent damage, but that's about it so far. 15 squads remain as round 2 is going to collapse. Look at the flank coming through from Retzy. Couple good shots being put in. He's doing work right now. He needs the team to follow up, though. He goes down, and look at this. Senox is nowhere to be found. He's kind of in no man's land, and now, good job by Crust trying to support his teammate. They get an elimination, and they will survive And overall, 2 members go down for Sentinels. It's looking bleak. Speaking of bleak, Imperial Hal in absolute shambles. He's barely going to get the Q off. And now will he get away? Gets the shield battery popped. Can he get it? Reps needs to support him. Reps is going to kind of escort him out. Reps is going to pull aggro for the opponents. Great job by Reps. This is the teamwork that we know Imperial Hal and Reps have, but they have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, Snipe Down's pretty much the bait at the moment for them, and this could be the end for TSM. Reps is making a flank, though. How is the last man standing? He's only got 1 HP in the ring. Will decide TSM's fate. TSM out of game number 6.
Wow. Is all I got to say there. Now we're jumping back with Sentinels, another top team, top name taken out of this one. Sentinels, TSM, both eliminated from your grand finals, which means we have the likes of Solafide and many others. Of course, we know Complexity is still alive somewhere, somehow. We know that Did We Make It in Godsent and Rogue are still alive. So, will the story of Rogue continue? Will Lou be able to do the crazy, do the unthinkable, consistent back-to-back top 2 finishes after dominating these last 2 tournaments? That is the question. That is what we're trying to figure out right now. Or will the likes of Solafide or some other teams really ruin that Rogue top 2 finish?
Solafide trying to defend this tower at the moment and doing a pretty good job of it, but just falls down here. We'll take down that crypto drone pretty simply, but I don't think the Pride actually meant to fall down that little hole there and have to come back up the ladder. He went into the void almost immediately upon destroying that crypto drone, but Solafide just stabilizing here, resetting those shields, but it looks like a fight is going to be going down. Muffin's going to be caught out, and now Pride is trying to get out of dodge. There's a grenade below him. Is he going to be taken down by it? Not quite, but his teammates will be, and that means Pride's going to be the last man standing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So what has been a really disappointing showing for Solafide, the former squad that, you know, really was always consistently placing top 2, top 3, couple second place finishes. Well, this might be the exit of their tournament. Not the best showing they would have liked to seen. Of course, they picked up Muffins, the twin brother of Shiny, the 3rd member of Complexity. As we know that twin duo has played together for so long. Now the McCarthy bros play a part. Pride some way somehow survives, and he's just going to try and rat his way to a decent finish here, but you know they're currently in 19th place with 13 points. So unless he can somehow get some eliminations or recover the banners of his teammates, I think that might be all she wrote for Solafide.
So a little bit calm here. We've got 12 squads remaining, and Ring 3. I mean, this has been one heck of an aggressive game from all of the teams involved. And speaking of aggression, well, Metro, unfortunately, you're going to be on the receiving end of it. Urace's daycare, unfortunately, going to have to pick him up, not from the daycare, but from the respawn beacon, potentially a little bit later on in this game. But Urace is trying to have a say in this fight as well. He's got the Vault in hand. He's got the Gigi threat on it as well to see through the flames, the fire, and the smoke that's going down. The question is, can he locate these players and win this fight?
Yeah, through the fire and the flames. This isn't Rock Band, this is Apex, but this is it almost feels like it is now Urace is going to find one, follows that Wraith, follow the path, and follow to your pick. Ooh, okay, Urace, I see you, crazy man. I like that movement. Not going to lie.
I like it as well. It's beautiful stuff. We love a swinging Pathfinder. We love Pathfinder for a reason. In my opinion, the most fun character to play in Apex Legends, and if you're listening, devs, buff him.
Please
buff him
make
again.
Pathfinder great again. No, you know, listen, I do like myself some Pathfinder. Definitely fun to play. Urace, I will give you $5 if you change your gamer tag to Urace Tarzan, because that's what you looked like right there. I was very impressed. As now we're on board with Did We Make It? This is the Hero Squad. I know a lot of you in the chat are kind of very, very impressed by their performance last game. And, of course, a lot of you are wanting to see Rogue as well. Well, guess what? I think it's a battle between these two teams. As Did We Make It is in 4th, Rogue is in 1st. 2nd and 3rd place, well, that's HPS and TSM both out of this one. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen-in with Did We Make It to see how exactly they play this out.
Let's check out this way.
Teams left. Just wait. Just chill. Just don't
let them
overthink
leave.
this.
Let them leave. Relax.
Just don't overthink this.
Okay. It's fine.
Bloodhound, Gibby.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a 2-man. They're gonna... 3-man. Never mind. 3-man.
It's all 3-mans. All 3-mans. No, capping, it's not, but...
24.
All right. So how are we playing this? We're playing here.
The truck.
Okay.
Look, this team might fight. Look. Let's go now. Let's go. Wait. Hold on.
Where are they? Did they rotate now?
There's no. Yeah. I don't think anybody. Yeah, they rotated out. Let's go. Come on.
All right.
Let's go.
Let's hit map then. Let's hit map.
Yes. There's a box here. I don't know if you want to check it.
I'm good.
I'll check.
Okay. We can go over now. We're good.
So congested.
Yo.
Okay, we're on this
Yo,
side. Yeah,
that's close. That close to purple.
Yeah, our side's free, bro. We're good.
Okay, look, listen. This is what's gonna happen. I'm pretty sure we're gonna be fine for the whole next ring. There should only be 5 teams left alive after this ring, and then we should be able to third party whoever fights in there. It's gonna be a shit show.
Hold on. Rotate late. Late. We cannot let anyone rotate up here. Come over here.
You're right. You're
Good. I'm up
right.
here. I'm gonna establish.
I'm gonna go sit on the roof for now.
Because no one can't really bully us over there. We're chilling. We just have to rotate late.
That's facts. Okay, that team is still on 82 too. So endgame is gonna be like literally. I mean, we know it. What am I saying?
Yeah,
it's gonna be out there.
Yeah, we're good.
There's nowhere else for it.
Everyone knows the fucking job.
I suggest we do some research in this area.
Stay for life here. We don't want to fight anyone until we need to go in.
Stay alive. Placement is the only fucking thing we care about right now. Everybody we need to die is dead.
Yo, Complexity is literally popping off too, and they're still alive. Let's go.
I know. Let's move up.
Get to this truck. Maybe even this rock if we want.
No. I see a team right here.
Here. 17 blue. 17 blue. You can bully them. I'm going up to this rock. This rock should be fine for me. I don't.
Hold on. Wait. We can probably get some of these kills. Low key.
I'm looking to portal. I'm looking to portal. I'm going for it.
Okay.
Portal's right outside.
It's flash right here. I down blue.
Focus that, Stunny.
That's
me. They're all flash. 2 flash. Under here.
I'm here.
Under. Jump. Drop dome.
They're weak. Thank you.
Nice.
I couldn't drop dome. I couldn't. Rez. I'm not.
You get him. I'm watching. Let's knock one in there. Just get him, and we need a portal out.
Armor swap now. And get up. We get up.
Taking the portal. Target spotted. Here.
I'm good. I got a med kit.
You have ulti cells? Any ulti cells?
No, there's one in this box right in front of us. Right over there. Over this.
Okay, look at this guy. He's pushing them, bro.
Okay.
Hold on. We have to rotate.
3 squads left. Shut up and focus.
And there you have it, the listening coming through, brilliant comms, and kind of, great rotations, great call-outs. I love how they ran that rotation on set, but a little bit uncertain there. Well, guess what? They took out the Titans. They took out the King of the Lobby. They took out Rogue.
They took out Rogue, and that is potentially a championship-winning play coming in from this lineup to eliminate the team in first place. They now have the tournament in their hands. They're not relying on anyone else but themselves, and that rotation through map room, absolutely massive. They can see where every single team left here on Kings Canyon were, plan accordingly, and look at this. I said Complexity would have a say in who wins this tournament. Complexity, one of our last 4 squads alive.
You called that brilliantly on set. I couldn't have said it any better. They call him on set Stradamus right there with the prediction. And guess what? Complexity is steamrolling this lobby. Complexity has taken out some of the top teams, HPS being the most notable. And now Complexity might take out Did We Make It? And I think it should be enough in points for Did We Make It to leapfrog into second place. HPS had 54 coming into it. They had 46. They need at least 8 points. Well, they will get that by placement alone. That's why you heard them saying, let's just place.
It's going to be close, though, because I'm sure that Rogue managed to pick up some kills in this game, so they're going to know that. They don't want to leave it to chance. They don't want to watch the rest of this lobby play out and not have that championship banner above their head. Complexity, though, as far as winning this game is concerned, you have to say, in that god spot, the power position, looking down on everyone, but the caustic is here. Remember that. I'm Sung with that ult has an opportunity here to mix things up.
You're spot on set, and look at this interesting finish. These are almost like the ruins in a very different type of late game ring that we're not used to kind of commentating over. Yes, the high ground is going to be crucial, but Caustic making it to late game wins games. We know that. Complexity finds himself in a pretty rough spot here. Monsoon going to trade some shots. Shiny still alive, but Reptar goes down.
So Complexity, as you say, involved in this fight. Monsoon with the gold armor is going to get a little bit more HP. than if he didn't by popping that cell. But did we make it still alive here? Monsoon staying alive as the last player for Complexity. And now did we make it on making their move towards a championship position? They take the high ground here, John. It's in their hands.
We call this victory formation here in America on set. Well, right now, Sung, Stunny, and GS Bird are forming their position to secure the victory. They take the high ground, and I love that 2 games in a row, they've controlled their fate. 2 games in a row, they've been the aggressor. Rather than saying, hey, we're caustic, let's just hide, let the other teams fight, they have played with aggression, and it has paid off here. Perfect opportunity to close this one out on set.
Perfect opportunity. They can block off doors with barrels. They've still got the caustic ult in their hands as well. Eurisi's Daycare taken down to 1 HP, taken down to 0 HP. They'll be out. We're down to 3. As Team PHM are a 2-man inside as well. Monsoon still going crazy in this game, by the way, with a Peacekeeper.
Yeah, finds out how to do it. Only Monsoon will do Monsoon things. But if it looks like Did We Make It's going to spot him out, they're going to recognize that he's just one, and even Monsoon, as good as he is, can't take out 3 members of this Did We Make It squad. But he's able to sneak away somehow, that slippery Wraith. And now it's a team of 2, a team of 1, that's Monsoon. He's almost like a team of 2 in himself. And then we have our full squad here on set. We have 3 members alive for Did We Make It.
Oh my word, here is the push, and I'm Sung will get the first knock. There goes the ult as well. They can win it right here. All they need to do is finish off this final kill. It's behind them, it's below them. The last player alive will be taken down, and did we make it? Yes, you did. You will win our final game and surely be our champions here of online tournament number 2. What a comeback. What a performance. They have done it. That surely is enough.
You could hardly believe it. Again, on set, game number 1, we cast it together, or maybe it was game 2, and you said, John, I'm going to call you the historian, but it almost feels like we outdo ourselves in every Apex broadcast. This, I think, has to be a first. A team that was in 15th or 16th place going into game 5. They dominate with one of the most dominant performances by an individual team in Apex history. 23 kills and a first place finish to take home 35 total points. That puts them in 4th. And then in game 6, for all the marbles, they go back to back. 2 first place finishes. And did we make it? Well, they secure themselves a spot in the playoffs. They have to have made it at this point.
Unbelievable. I mean, to jump up 13 positions in game 5 to give themselves a chance and then close it out with a win. They did it themselves. They didn't rely on anybody else. Phenomenal stuff. Did they make it? Yes, they did. But for now, John, absolute pleasure as always to cast alongside you. Phenomenal set of games from North America. Congratulations to all the players involved. But did we make it? Yes, they did. It's over to Kate and Tom for the final time.
Much, and of course, gosh, Tom, if there is a Cinderella story that is better than this one, I can't think of one, because you're talking about a team that, I mean, Ozzy said it right, 13 places! What?
Unbelievable. Just such a story for these guys. Congratulations to Did We Make It. Inspiring is the only word that I can think of that is true, because of the fact that it wasn't one of these top teams. It wasn't the Complexities. It wasn't the TSMs. It wasn't Liquid, CLG. It was Did We Make It. A group of 3 guys haven't had much success as a team. They've fallen short a couple of times. At the LCQ, they were 1 point away from making it into the playoffs. This time they come back with back-to-back historic ALGS games, and if they can do it, anybody could do it. Anybody in this lobby that's had a bad turn of events in the games, you've had a bad first 4 games, doesn't matter. Now we know it's possible to win this thing in 2 games, in game number 5 and game number 6, dropping a record point in game number 5, and then coming through and winning the game in game number 6. Fortunately for them, Complexity was going absolutely insane, wiping out half the lobby, but they did their job, and we had that great listening to talk through.
You nailed it on all points, and that listening was, and I think the listenings are so they're so incredible because we very rarely get to go into the minds of the players that we're watching, but here we are listening to their exact reasoning and listening to their, you know, their comms is just a little window into their realities. And the realities under these hot lights, when you got 2 places in the playoffs and a boatload of money to deal with, my gosh, I can only imagine the pressure that these players are under for sure. And to come out on top after, as you mentioned, where, you know, games 5 and 6. Now, of course, you can, of course, get those double digits, that out of control kill count here in that last game 5. And I'm curious to see what their kill count is this time. But I gotta say, they also performed very consistently, in the first couple of games as well. Not as good, of course, but that's a really good point, Tom, in terms of being able to then basically change your reality in our late games. It's out of control. Let's take a look, speaking of late games, let's take a look at that final circle, at this final moment to really regale us with one more of these double-decker wins. Here, Tom, take us all through this final circle.
Yeah, what's super fun about this team composition is they're not running your typical comp with a Bloodhound. You don't see any type of crypto here. It's going to be a straight-up team fighting composition with this Gibraltar and this Caustic. When you get to the end zone with the Caustic and you're the only Caustic inside of the lobby, Sung knows how to play this. I actually had an interview with these guys last week, got a chance to know them a little bit. Really tight-knit group, but they do feel like there's a huge disadvantage with being the only Caustic in terms of they have the advantage, okay? Because look what happens when you just get stuck inside of a building. We saw what it was like for Kupski and Godsent to say, hey, well, our barrels, our fences can get destroyed. Well, a good Caustic barrel is way more annoying than a Watson fence. You can control so many different areas. And to listen in, we heard him saying, I got our back. I'm sitting here anchoring. The rest of the guys make the play. The portal play down to kill Rogue underneath the bridge was absolutely huge, just to get those kill points, get Rogue out of the lobby. And then the fact that they had the discussion of all hell breaking loose at that house, which is a very common end zone. You could just kind of play these hills, get these angles, and use the terrain and the runes to go and then take the roof at the end. So it was just a really fun series of events to watch, and I'm really excited to see again a team that isn't signed by an organization come through with back-to-back games, showing anybody can do it here in Apex.
I love it. And, back-to-back games, Orgless and Hungry. I'm telling you, there's a nice theme of Orgless teams coming out here. They're ripe for the picking here, people, ripe for the picking. Let's take a look at those game results for our final game 6 here in the ALGS Autumn Circuit Online Tournament number 2 and see how everything pans out. Of course, this is just the game 6 results. A little bit more even, complexity coming in with a pretty high kill count. Oh, Zeratricky, what's up? Hello, I'll see that.
This is going to be so close, Kate. I can't remember if they were 12 points behind or 14 points behind. And I can't remember if it was Rogue or not. So we have to pull up the overall standings.
Yes,
so
do
we
it
can
now.
see who is number 1 and who's going to get top 2, make it into the playoffs, who's getting top 3 and getting the cash, and who's getting top 10 and moving on to the next one. And did we make it by 1 point?
Oh, God, Tom. Holy Interruptus, Batman. Oh, GG. By 1 point, Tom. By 1 point. Oh, my God.
Absolutely insane. You got to feel for Rogue, but you got to feel happy for Did We Make It. And you know what, Rogue? They also are going to be keeping other teams out because they are already in. So that means that we only have 3 teams so far that qualified, which makes things fairly interesting. So congratulations to Rogue, but hats off to Did We Make It for just a phenomenal tail end of that. HPS, you guys were consistent the entire time. Very unfortunate what happened in Map Room. Hope to see you guys bounce back. TSM still got a little bit of kinks to work out in their communication and their gameplay. I think that we're going to see them obviously win very soon. Not too stoked that they probably got landed on over towards the bunker side, but it was a great showing by all of these teams. There's a reason that they made it here. This is the 20 best teams in North America, in our Americas at the time, and they went and put on one heck of a show.
Oh man, Tom, that's the best way to put it. Absolutely. I mean, GG's all around, and of course, as you mentioned, HPS, they were consistent, and they definitely earned their 3rd place. They earned that place. Unfortunately, won't necessarily get them into the playoffs this time around, but, they've obviously also proven themselves. I feel like we've got a whole other slew of teams that now have, that now have the magnifying glass on them going into our next online tournament later over in November, because they've performed beautifully over these 6 different matches. And speaking of, I'd like to, as we know, one of my favorite things is the kills leaderboard, because it really, as we've been talking about these teams all day long and the math that goes into everything, it's awesome. But let's take a look at some of these leaders, some of these in-game leaders, some of these kill point leaders.
The MVPs.
It's
Lou!
Tom. Lou! God,
Congrats,
I love seeing that.
Lou.
Absolutely.
First place for our boy Lou, 16 kills. averaging almost 3 a game, which is pretty impressive when you look at the next closest was around 2 a game. It's going to be Stunny, though, from Did We Make It? If you got your name on this board, congratulations. But it's the MVP in the boy named Lou's hands. He's taking this one.
He absolutely is, and we've seen some incredible plays from him all tournament long. Certainly, that second place roster is not to be outdone. Truly, Rogue did an incredible job. Just 1 point separated them from first and second. And you know what? It comes down to kills sometimes. And I'll tell you something. Even though Lou is on top, we still had Rogue at number 2 spot. So that just goes to show you can kill and be killed, and it can really make a difference on either end.
Really can, and it all happens so fast. These teams are lucky Shiny was lagging. Otherwise, Complexity would have came through doing some serious business. You see what happens when a team like that is just missing one player, how big of a difference it makes. So everyone has to remember, when you have a team like that, we have to watch out for Complexity going into this next one because they're going to be upset. But I'm really proud that these Did We Make It players are going to have a lot of hype behind them because it is not easy to do what they're doing without any type of org support. The grind when you're switching teams is very tough. They've been together for not nearly as long as some of these other squads and came out here and put together 2 of the most beautiful games we've ever seen in the LGS. Definitely from recent memory, my most favorite games to watch.
Fantastic. And you know what? We actually have our moment of the match brought to you by Lenovo, our official partners here. And guess what? The moment of the match is actually a compilation of moments that we've put together of Did We Make It and that 23 kill win. Let's just start that going. And we've just been told, actually, is it possible these are 3 controller players? Because that's going to make things very interesting for the rest of the world.
Yeah, just look at how they're moving with the Prowler. You can just tell that it's a little bit, slower than your typical Monsoon, crazy, looking around everywhere, 1,000%. Just, I don't know what it is. What's your sensitivity? 1,000 sensitivity. But it was Stunny with this fight here that really set it off here, because if they would have got eliminated, it's just one of those games where, oh, what could have happened? But they were able to put it together. Not only that, win this one. They took down a really solid team here and just played this to absolute perfection. Once they have this phenomenal game, you go into a game number 6 where Complexity just gets their 3rd player. They're coming in hot, probably the most aggressive team in North America. They kind of helped them out in terms of clearing out that lobby and making sure that it wasn't so many teams in the final circle, so they could just methodically make their decision on where they wanted to approach the house from. So they did have a say on who wins this one, but it was Did We Make It imposing their will in game number 5 and just playing it textbook going into game number 6. You have to win your team fights. They won those, and you got to give them credit. They really played a phenomenal day of Apex, especially in game number 5 and 6.
They rode that wave for sure. Well, let's take a look at what you had to say with some tweets. Tweets coming in. Once again, follow us at Play Apex. Use the hashtag ALGS. And if you see yourself on our show, that's 1,000 Apex coins to you. I love watching you guys. Unfortunately, I don't have a pet or a child, but still. Oh, Sparkling Sword. I heart you too. Yes. You know what? We love you as well. Thank you so much for watching. Really appreciate you coming by and, being a part of our show, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you. You just got yourself 1,000 Apex coins, Sparkling Sword.
Let's say, okie dokie. We've got, I don't have a clever tweet, but I could really use those coins. Help me, I'm poor. You're memed. This gift game is strong. Yes, absolutely. 1,000 Apex coins to you, my friend. 1,000 for your coffers to go and buy yourself something pretty. And last but not least, can't miss the TSM boys, even if I'm at work. Nice. What the French? Oh, wait, what?
That's
is that a car wash? Holy gosh!
Is that the one from Breaking Bad? Are you on a movie set, Seth? Are you on a movie set, Seth?
Wow, man.
Hey, appreciate you. Appreciate everybody that watched it, no matter where or what you were watching from. It was a great night of Apex. We started at EU, we ended with NA. And we just saw Apex history here in the ALGS with Did We Make It winning off of basically 2 games. So, it doesn't matter who you're a fan of. If you like Apex, you enjoyed those games.
You did. And you know what? If you like Apex, perhaps give us a free follow, twitch.tv/playapex, or you can go and follow us, get a sub over at youtube.com/playapexcompete, or head on over to Twitter @PlayApex. Use the hashtag ALGS. And as you saw, if you're going to be on our show, well, guess what? We like to reward that with 1,000 Apex coins. And we are feeling generous because we love you. And that's how this works. So at any rate, yeah, definitely some things to check out. Make sure to keep up with all of our action, all of the fun. And we've got a lot of it still coming up this year alone. We've got a pretty great trajectory in terms of tournaments, especially for this autumn circuit. Tom, I feel like our first tournament in the autumn circuit was something new and different. Our second tournament blew it out of the water. I don't even number 3 at this point. What are we going to be doing? This, are they playing on Mars? I don't even know.
I don't know. I just want to see more exciting games where people are winning or losing by 1 point, and it's anybody's game going into that final one. But I just want to thank everybody for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed the game. Congratulations, did we make it? And congratulations for Luke winning the MVP.
Absolutely. And hey, you know what? If you'd like to be a part of this action, more than just watching, more than just tweeting, well, don't you worry, because registration for our Autumn Circuit online tournament number 3 is open now. Go to battlefy.com/ALGS. That's battlefy.com/ALGS. That's where you can register for your region's tournament. We'd love to see you. And remember, we got a big lobby that starts us off. You got to grind over here, but you too could find yourself being talked about by the likes of us two schmoes. But that could be fun as well. And hey, you know what else? As we know, we have some other great programming content coming to you. In fact, we've got a great one if you're a Madden fan coming tomorrow, October the 20th. Tune in on a must-watch Tuesday nights. This is the Madden NFL 21 Championship Series. It continues, starting with King of the Hill. Catch the finale for the Madden Pros as Joke takes on Dreer. I knew I was going to mix this.
Drini, you didn't get the hat memo.
You know what? I just didn't at all. Followed by Derwin James versus the world with this week's guest, Grammy Award-winning artist and one of Tom's favorites, Anderson .Paak. There you go.
Yeah, Anderson .Paak's great.
Something to check out tomorrow for sure. Yep, head on over to that Twitch channel. Get in on it, have some fun, enjoy your Tuesday night, because of course you've already had a great Monday night, or Monday early morning, or Monday late afternoon. Really depends on where you are, because as Tom mentioned earlier, Apex Legends, ALGS stands for Apex Legends Global Series, and we know you're watching us from all around the world. And of course, we thank you so much for that. Tom, is there anything you'd like to say to take us out here of our NA online tournament number 3?
Shout out to all the fans, shout out to players, organizations, cast and crew, EA, Respawn, Lenovo, our sponsor, and we'll see you very soon.
Sounds like a plan. See you then.